amandla wayeshila umsizi dube asinamala sisebenzi wayeshila umsizi dube asinamala sisebenzi mali 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 imali imali bawami uliboyi
Oh male, male, sizochikisinto, anaukalelane, wenukalelane, sizochikisinto. Wenukalelane, wenukalelane, sizochikisinto. Wenukalelane, wenukalelane, isikhalo samama sihoye. Sizochikisinto wenukalelane wenukalelane awitiyo tiyo 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 mama tiyo kuta 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 waskartunya kuta 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 waskartunya awolento siyenza yo 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 Tete valo valo tololo, ao valo valo tololo, ao lento sienza yo. Tete valo valo tololo, ao valo valo tololo, ao lento sienza yo. Awolento siyenza yo, 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 awolento siyenza yo. Ete voma, oh voma, oh vo.
Thank you very much, comrades. In this cold weather, it's important that we're warming up with the spirit and the fire, so I thank you for bringing that. One other thing that I wanted to bring in, which was forgotten to be mentioned, was that we have a hashtag that we use online, and that also informs the spirit of the work that we're trying to do here. So when I say renewables energy, you say, who knows this one? People's power. Renewable energy? Renewable energy? Renewable energy? So that's also the hashtag that we're using here is people's power. Because part of what we're trying to do through this is figuring out how do we make sure that renewable energy is people's power. It's the power that we own. It's the power that benefits us. It's the power that brings us light, that brings us energy, that powers our jobs. And it's the power that we as South Africans can take control of. And I think hopefully your discussions just now really help to start opening up that space of what does it mean for us to own renewable energy? What does it mean for us to take control of that future? And with that, I'm kind of having to do a little bit of a jump around because we've got the ESCOM is playing with the schedule. So we're going to take the feedback from the groups after I've given a little bit of a presentation while we still have power. And then the power is going to cut. And then we can also get into a bit of a deeper discussion about what does social ownership mean to you? What are the benefits? But the little input that I've been asked to provide here is about what we're up against. Because if social ownership of renewable energy is the future that we're fighting, there are forces that are driving privatization, right? And so what does that privatization look like? What is the lay of the land? And what's so tricky or what's so bad about privatization? So I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview for us on that question as we then go into the broader discussions together of what does social ownership mean, why are we fighting for it, and what are the benefits? Let me just see if I can get this working properly. So I think one of the things that we realized when we brought together this convening of folks, for those that read the invitation, one thing that we're kind of clear about is renewables are the future that we want, right? That's hopefully a common thing that we share. There's many reasons why we believe renewables are the future. They're more affordable. So if you look, the costs of renewable energy, solar and wind have come down over the last 10 years to the point where they are the most affordable energy that we have. Of course, they're much cleaner than fossil fuel alternatives, more job creating, and this is a tricky one because we've got to think about where are the jobs created and who are they created for. They're the quickest and easiest to build in terms of solving load shedding. And of course, for many of us, we recognize that we are in a climate crisis, and so the science is clear that we need to get off coal, oil, and gas. So I just wanted to make sure that folks know that this is kind of hopefully a shared understanding that we have is that renewables are the future. But the question that we're trying to get to is who owns and benefits from that future, right? And when we think about what the future looks like, part of what we've got to recognize is where we are in the present. So I think we probably don't have to be reminded very much that ESCOM is in a significant state of crisis. We have unreliable, aging, and expensive to maintain coal power plants. We are faced by the dual impacts of load shedding, and for those in townships, the often very racist policy of load reduction in terms of impacting poor black communities the most. We know ESCOM is deep in debt. It's got nearly 400 billion rands worth of debt. We know there's deep corruption in mismanagement. And at the same time, we also know that ESCOM is the biggest polluter on the continent. So this is the state of what is supposed to be our publicly owned utility, and we can't ignore that as we have these conversations about what does it mean to own an energy future. And what we do see from South Africans is an increasing desire for privatization as a result of that. And I think that's something that we can't ignore, is how do we respond to the fact that people are seeing the failures of the state and they are calling more for the private sector to step in. So this was a survey that was done, and I think we can question how thorough the survey is and whether that really represents all South Africans. But I think there is a reality that we need to grapple with is this increasing call for privatization across many sectors? And so I think this is an understandable anger, but part of what we've got to recognize, these are the words of Noam Chomsky, is that this is sort of the standard technique of privatization. You defund something, you make sure things don't work. People get angry because they're angry at ESCOM, they're angry at the government for failing to deliver, and then you hand it over to private capital, right? So is this the space that we're in where there's been an underfunding of our public energy, there's been an underfunding of what's supposed to deliver for us as a way of trying to hand it over to the private sector? And I think within the ANC policy documents, if you look back decades, we'll see that there's been a part of a long play towards privatization, right? So let's think a little bit about our major parties and where they stand on this issue. The DA is very clear. They're calling for the privatization of Eskom, right? So we've got the Democratic Alliance, true to their center-right ideology, saying we must privatize energy. We have the economic freedom fighters who are confused on this, I would say, ideologically, and arguably a little captured maybe by certain interests. We have, I don't know if many of you remember the march that the EFF took to Eskom back in 2021, I think it was. And there they marched with some interesting coal and nuclear lobbyists, and they're pushing for a fleet of Rosatom Russian nuclear power plants. It's a very weird model. So when we think about privatization versus social ownership, this is probably the worst of both worlds. So basically the state subsidizes the building of the nuclear plants, hands it over to the private sector so that they can profit from it for decades, and then the state takes on the cost of decommissioning the nuclear plants. It's like the backwards version of what it would be to, like, for the state to subsidize the social costs and the private sector to take all the profits. So this is a very worrying proposal by the EFF, and they also have been talking about coal for hundreds of years to come, which doesn't align very well with the climate science. The ANC, on the other hand, is talking left and walking right. I think we can say that quite clearly. Our dear President, Cyril Ramaphosa, says we are not privatizing Eskom, we are restructuring Eskom, a process that will allow the private sector to be our partners. A show of hands, who believes him? Anybody believe that statement? Nobody. All right, maybe I prejudge that question. But part of what we need to do is to not take that statement on face value and look at what are the measures towards privatization that we are seeing. So I just thought I would take us through some of those to see the landscape that we're in, because we're in the midst of pretty wide-scale privatization of the energy sector. Earlier this year, in 2023, in February 2023, Minister of Finance, Ino Konongwana, he tabled his budget, right? And within it, there was a big 254 billion debt bailout for Eskom for the next 3 years. Now you might think, okay, this is a bailout, this is good, they're trying to save Eskom, right? But then you read the conditions of that bailout. One of the major conditions was that Eskom's capital expenditure for borrowing would be confined only to transmission and distribution. So they couldn't fund any new generation projects, right? So what does that mean? Can Eskom invest in new generation if part of the conditions are for its debt that it can't? So there's big contestation now within government about whether Eskom is going to be investing in new generation or not, or whether this means that effectively Eskom is prohibited from doing that. So that's one sign that seems to suggest that Eskom is being pulled back from investing in renewable energy. The other element that's really about trying to encourage the private sector is these tax incentives that were announced as part of that same budget, right? So these tax incentives are for companies and households to invest in solar. And I think many of us in the room think that more solar is a good thing, or other things being equal. But the question is, who benefits from tax breaks, right? Who can answer that? Who would benefit from a tax break? And who wouldn't benefit from a tax break? Yeah, Rob. Yeah, exactly. So it's the people that have the money to actually get a tax burden and who have the capital to take advantage of this. And so that's not the majority of South Africans who, are not the ones that have these big tax burdens that come and that can store enough capital to take advantage of them after a year's tax break cycle, right? And so what this means is that these tax breaks means that the well-off are providing less revenue for public services, right? But they are getting more money in terms of their ability to invest in solar. And so there's a worry that this then concentrates more money in the hands of the well-off to be able to invest in solar versus the poorer that are able to, maybe be publicly subsidized through investment in renewables. And another challenge is as the wealthy invest in solar and get off the grid more, that means there's less revenue for municipalities that rely on the sale of electricity. So there's kind of this three impacts here. One is that the wealthy are getting bigger tax breaks. Two is that means there's less money for public services, which means more austerity, right? And then the third is that there's less revenue for municipalities for electricity sales. And this is worrisome because municipalities do get 30% of their revenue about there from the sales of electricity. And so this is supposed to be somewhat of a progressive way to subsidize the services of the less well-off from the heavy users of electricity. So this is another sign where in the budget, we're preventing Eskom from investing in generation, but we're giving tax breaks to the well-off to invest in solar, right? So this is a privatizing budget that we see. Then we have what's called the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, right? So the president has been negotiating with a group of countries called the Investment Partners Group or something like that. I think I'm misremembering the name. But it's a group of countries, Western countries predominantly. It's the EU, it's the UK, it's the US. And they have given a certain amount of money for us to transition to renewable energy, about 8.6 billion initially. And the president developed a plan around this, a 1.5 trillion rand plan. That's about investing in renewable energy, in new energy vehicles, in green hydrogen. One of the things within the plan is there's a 1.6 billion rand allocated to social ownership of renewable energy, which I think, you know, it's nice to see that there is money allocated towards social ownership. But if we compare that to the size of the plan, that's only about 0.1%. So it's quite a small allocation, and you've got to wonder whether that's tokenistic. I mean, there is funding within this plan to help Eskom, but then we've got to wonder about this question of if part of the bailout conditions for Eskom is they can't invest in generation, how much is really going towards socially owned renewable energy versus how much of this plan is to try and push through private sector investments, right? And we are lucky here because we have in the room the folks that are going to be studying for the Presidential Climate Commission models of social ownership to give feedback on this particular plan. So part of the question is, can we change that? Should we be pushing for more funds to address social ownership? And I think it's important to put that 1.5 billion in scale because we're based here in GQEBERHA, right? And this is one of the places where they want to bring in these foreign power ships from Turkey, right? These very expensive floating ships that burn gas to create power. They're polluting. Their energy costs are 2 to 4 times more than renewable energy. And they're mostly foreign owned, although they've got a local company that they created to help facilitate local ownership in a very thin way. And most of the local manufacturing and procurement requirements, which are normally about trying to create local content and local jobs, have been waived, right? And so if we can only allocate 1.5 billion towards renewable energy, but the government wants to spend, and it's hard to know how much it's going to cost, the estimates are between 200 to 500 billion on power ships, surely we're misallocating resources across these spaces, right? And there's been pretty strong accusations that the whole process that was put in place to try to procure these power ships was quite rigged in order to favor it. That's not my words, that's the words of the President's own Economic Advisory Council, which said that it seemed to be rigged in favor of these power ships in order to push that through. So that gives you a sense. We've got 1.5 billion allocated for socially owned renewable energy, but we've got the state allocating hundreds of billions for these sorts of projects. So it does seem that that 1.6 billion is quite tokenistic in the grander scheme of things, right? And it's also important to see it against the backdrop of what has been taking place. President Ramaphosa has lifted the license limitations for private sector embedded generation, right? And as a result, we are seeing a flood of projects coming in from the private sector. So NERSA recently reported that private power projects worth about 14,337 megawatts are seeking access to the grid at the moment. And a recent report by RMB Morgan Stanley said that electricity generated from the private sector is expected to exceed the output from Eskom's generation fleet by 2025, right? So the idea, Sean Jacobs, who wrote about this, is basically Eskom is being replaced by the private sector as we speak, right? And this flood of private power projects coming in after these license limits were removed has been massive. There's just a massive flow of it. It's been so massive, in fact, that it's displacing other government projects for renewable energy. So this is from Professor Mark Swilling, who writes about how after the license limitations were lifted, what we're facing is what he calls a disorderly transition driven entirely by market forces. And I think some of you will know, who knows what the REI4P is? Does everybody know that here? Maybe? The Renewable Energy Independent Power Procurement Program, which is where the government works with the private sector through a program to procure energy projects in bid windows. And that's been the predominant way that we've got utility scale renewable energy in South Africa historically. And this is a form of public-private partnership. So even that, we've got to think about, does this really fit into our idea of social ownership? I think for many, they would say no, because it is about the private sector working with the government and earning the predominant amount of renewables, even though in those REI4P projects, there are often small allocations for community ownership, small allocations for community trusts, but it is quite a small fraction of those projects, right? But even this REI4P project, because of the amount of renewables coming onto the grid through the private sector, has been unable to come online. So in the last bid window 6, there were about 3,000 megawatts worth of wind power that successfully went through the whole bidding process, and they couldn't come online because the grid access had been taken up by the private sector already, right? And this also speaks to another major issue that we face in South Africa, is that we don't have enough grid and transmission capacity to connect a lot of renewables to the grid. And so the private sector is eating up what's left while we kind of dither, in a sense. So this is a really big issue that we face in terms of that particular element around privatizing energy. So if you add up the privatizing measures, it's quite a significant amount. We've got budget bailouts that block Eskom, we've got tax incentives for the well-off, we've got the lifting of license limitations, and we have the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, which dedicates 0.1%. So the question is, with all this privatization, what's so bad about privatization? And I want to give you a quote from somebody, and I want you to try tell me who this person is, who seems to, because there are some people that suggest that privatization is a very good thing, right? So who can tell me who said this? Control over resources is the key issue in the debate around economic transformation, but historically there is no better allocator of resources than the market. Whenever governments have allocated resources, it has been an abysmal failure. Does anybody know who said that? Huh? Any takers? Trevor Manuel? No, not quite, but it would fit with Trevor Manuel. Anybody else? Nobody? Okay. So for my sins, I decided to read this man's book. And De Ruyter, I mean, I think this speaks to De Ruyter's fundamental ideology, right? He, more than perhaps any other Eskom CEO, has pushed renewable energy. But if it is done through this particular lens, where the private sector is seen as the thing that can most efficiently allocate resources, I think this is part of why De Ruyter, when we think about what a just energy transition means, didn't quite get it. Because if this is how you're looking at how to allocate resources in a context like South Africa, then I think you're going to miss a lot of questions of equity and justice, right? And I think we'll turn here to a South Korean economist who maybe responds nicely to De Ruyter and says, if we remain blinded by a free market ideology that tells us only winner picking by the private sector can succeed, we will end up ignoring a huge range of possibilities for economic development through public leadership or public-private joint efforts. And I think in South Africa, we've got to remember that Eskom wasn't just a failure. This is recent that Eskom has been such a problem, right? But one of the most proud achievements that we can speak of as a country is after the fall of apartheid and democratic South Africa, the government set on one of the most ambitious electrification programs in the world. And it was amazing. It brought power to millions of people. And that is the power of the state to deliver services to people. And we can't lose sight of that, right? And so when someone like De Ruyter talks about the private sector being efficient at allocating, it would not have done that because it wouldn't have connected to rural and poor households because that's not profitable, right? And so I think this is where De Ruyter and that narrow privatization ideology is really problematic. And it's really problematic because despite apartheid formally ending, a few decades ago now, we do still have a lot of those legacies left with us. So when we think about renewable energy, what are two of the major things that we need to invest in it? It is land and it is money, right? Those are two of the main items that we require. When it comes to land, white people still own 72% of the total farms and agricultural holdings by individual landowners, right? That's one measure of land ownership, but it's quite a significant one. And that also says that 72% are also male-owned, right? So if we think about who's going to have the most land to invest in renewable energy, it may concentrate the benefits in the hands of predominantly white men, right? Which is not what we want. The efficiency of the market will drive us towards that particular outcome. And when it comes to money, South Africa is the world's most unequal country where 10% of the population owns 80% of the wealth, right? And so we've got to think about how do we find fairer solutions in the context of that. We can't leave things up to the market because it will concentrate benefits and ownership and wealth in the hands of a few. Part of what we can think about is fairer feed-in tariffs. Can we allow citizens to feed back into the grid and be good grid citizens? But we've got to think about how do we do that in a way that's fair, that contributes to the public good of the grid, and that allows us to invest in the grid in a way that's sustainable. And then if we think about this, we've also got to think about how feed-in tariffs work without undercutting the municipal revenue generation model and how we go about replacing that. So that's one of the questions that we need to address. And I think when we speak about the Saltuba Cooperative a little later, they'll tell us about some of their struggles with what it means to be able to sell back into the grid and to do so in a way that's fair and that brings benefits to communities. But feed-in tariffs by themselves won't address this particular issue of the concentration of land and money. And so that's why I'm glad that our comrades from COSATU are here, because one of the things that they're talking about is how we can fund a just transition through a range of progressive taxes, such as wealth taxes, resource rent taxes, and taxes on environmentally damaging activities. And you could imagine that if we combine progressive taxation with land reform, as well as what's called agrovoltaics, where we include solar and other renewables as part of our farming activities, that this could be a project for transformation, right? And I really like agrovoltaics, and I think this idea for me is exciting because you can couple your farming with these sorts of technologies in a way that brings additional benefits to farming practices, and that also provides an alternative income stream for farmers that might struggle as climate change hits as well. So there's possibilities there. And in the context where we don't have a great land redistribution policies in place, we are finding interesting alternatives where people are trying to be inventive about land ownership, and I think we'll speak about how the Saltuba project worked on municipal land to develop renewables. Within the coalition, we have the Green New Eskom campaign, which is about trying to reclaim Eskom and ensure that it is leading the way in driving a renewable energy future. But I think I've talked enough, so I kind of just want to leave. I just wanted to use that as like an introductory session to get us on the same page about where we are on privatization, where things are heading, and to think about the question of part of why we're here is, what if we use the energy and climate crisis we face as a moment rather than for privatization and the concentrating of wealth in the hands of a few, but for justice, transformation, and truly a better life for all, right? And they have the potential to be revolutionary if we use renewables right, but I think whether we will unlock that potential remains to be seen. And so just to let you know, for us as the Climate Justice Coalition, we've mentioned that part of these inputs will be going into the PCC, the Presidential Climate Commission's study. But we're also trying to use this platform to try to bring together inputs for us as we as the coalition are developing our People's Power campaign, which is building on our Green USCOM campaign about driving a socially owned renewable energy future. So as you comrades are speaking, as we're trying to understand your demands and your inputs, for us as a coalition, this is also a campaign building moment. It's not just about gathering inputs for the sake of inputs, but it's also about how do we take these inputs and push for broader change and for meaningful social ownership and a truly just transition. Okay, so I've spoken too much, but I wanted to now get back to the feedback from the group, and I managed to beat ESCOM as well, so luckily that worked out pretty good. So from your group discussions that you had, we wanted to kind of use those to prime the pump, to start thinking about, you know, what is social ownership, what are the benefits, and why are we fighting for a more socially owned future? And then what I was kind of trying to point out now is like, what are we up against in terms of the forces of privatization? So I thought maybe I would go around the room and folks could sort of give feedback from their discussions about what did they mean by social ownership. And then we want to get from there to this question about what's so good about social ownership. And then it would be great to hear people's insights about what's so bad about privatization. And then maybe to just try and allow us to think from also maybe the other side, is to think about why are people pushing for privatization? Why, what are we up against? Why do people have the logic that privatization is a good thing? And what would we need to do in order to push back against privatization in order to deal with the benefits that it does bring? And then what are some of the challenge about social ownership too? So because we've got to think critically on both sides of this, which is not to say I'm trying to get you to be pro privatization, but it's just about us having a conversation around both sides of this. So who wants to kick us off with what we mean by social ownership? Does anybody want to either report back from their group or share a particularly insightful insight that they had from their group discussions? I see a comrade's hands here.
Actually, I'm part of the first group, which is this one that I'm sitting at. I was suggesting that maybe, why don't you maybe allow us as the groups to present what we have been discussing, and then in plenary, after we have presented, then we start talking to this as the participants.
Does that sound good to everybody? Is there folks within each group that are happy to come and maybe report back on some of their discussions as part of this? Yeah? Okay, fantastic. Let's do that then. So who's the reporter for group one here? Is it you, Sam?
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good morning again. Or actually, good afternoon, sorry, right now, 3 minutes in. So we actually tackled this concept of social ownership and what does social ownership of renewables mean to us by looking first at what are renewables, and renewables obviously are wind, solar, variety of things, cow dung, but basically energy that is clean, safe, and affordable. And social, what we decided the kind of broad concept of social is that it's not state and it's not business. But there's a lot of difference between what the different social aspects could be. It could be communities that live around the area. It could be workers that previously worked in coal-fired power stations, for instance, that are now becoming unemployed but have useful skills to give. And it could be those that are the youth that are coming into these positions of power or becoming voters and very important parts of our society. There's also a spectrum of what is ownership. So at the minimum, if you think about it kind of right on the left-hand side, for instance, it's that residents in the area at least have to know about what is happening. We had some disturbing stories where solar plants were being built and the youth, residents around didn't even know about it, let alone being involved inclusively in decision making, and definitely not benefiting from that. And these were sometimes people that actually had some form of ownership or control over the land. And then on the right, I don't know if right or left is the right, I mean, not on the right politically, guys, but on the other side of the spectrum, that the plant is not owned by state or business, but that the community or the social aspect is contractually the owners. So they are on paper legally the owners. And on that side, there's several benefits that we discussed. For instance, NERSA, ESCOM, the decisions made there have meant that electricity is less and less affordable currently. And so the first benefit was that the safe, clean and affordable electricity is actually available to those that live around power plants or that are somewhere affected by that. There are benefits because these entities or these partnerships that are socially owned could be not-for-profit. So they don't have to run on the same needs to create profit for shareholders, especially in these foreign-owned private companies that are coming in as renewables. All of that, the aim of them is to generate profit and take that profit overseas. So these plants could produce instead things that are important to residents or workers. That they can keep electricity to be affordable and reliable for themselves. And in relation to the entire value chain, it can even be less trouble with, for instance, vandalism or security. Communities, residents around can assist with supporting the security of the power plants themselves. But what was core is that no matter what, so the benefits could be, on one hand, even selling back the electricity to the municipality and then also generating income. And that will require quite complicated partnerships with the state and with business. And no matter really what route you take, there will need to be some form of partnership. And then Alex, we also did cover some of the challenges and how to mitigate that, so I'll go into that a little bit. One of the aspects is who is this community and really being defined, that being defined at the start, and the structures being set up at the start. The social structures that will mean that it's a fair process of ownership. Also that the original intentions must be very clear and that these are built into contracts and legal structures, not just the words of social ownership. And often the business environment or the business sector is very clever at taking a word or a concept like social ownership and co-opting that and saying this is a socially owned project, but actually the people are not benefiting. So I think to mitigate that challenge, there was a clear push that there has to be skills development. Is this still on? No. There has to be skills development and already at this stage to be educating communities with the right skills and not just for business to say it's socially owned. So I think we looked at the challenges, but also how to kind of mitigate some of those challenges. And I know that there were many contributions from the group that I had to summarize into short. If there are any people that would like to say more than what I've summarized here, please feel free.
Thank you very much, Simon. Appreciate that inputs. Should we just go group to group and then we open it up broader to plenary after that? Does that sound good? Who was reporting for the other group? All right.
Okay, notes are difficult to summarize sometimes, comrades, but I'm not going to mention some of the same points that our group discussed. We did have similar points to, I'm going to call it the left group. This is the middle group. This is the right group. But we can have left, middle, left as well. It's fine. So we had a discussion more around the principles of social ownership and got into what it might look like as we discussed. We mentioned that something that is socially owned for us means it includes something that's democratically run. It also means that social ownership of renewables is providing for everyone that it needs to provide for. It's not kind of hierarchy in terms of who can afford this and will have more of it. It's got to do with providing it to as many people as possible. It could also be set up and run in ways that are worker or community cooperatives, which is a term that some people do know about, who are deciding for themselves how to use the renewables. For us, I don't think we had a clear decision that it was not the state. I think we incorporated aspects of what public means. So social ownership can include, for example, an ESCOM that is public run. It's not private. We were clear on the fact that it's not about the private sector, obviously. But it's not about profit making or profit driven. It's about generating energy that is to be used for a community here, there, or anywhere. But it's not about the private. So we weren't talking about partnerships with private sector, is what we were saying. There also needs to be, we talked about a discussion about transitioning through. It can't just be switch off private, switch on public. There needs to be a transitional stage as to providing energy for local communities that still work on receiving some of the power from ESCOM, for example, or from private. But it has to do with transitioning around a plan that deals with decommodification, anti-privatization, run by communities as they are. There were discussions around what a community is. What is it? Are we talking about an established community? Are we talking about township communities? How are they, like what a community is? It does require some engagement. For us, we also were talking, some comrades were sharing some stories around sort of this green capitalism that they've experienced, like having some share percentage in a chrome plant, but then the money to buy the shares is from the employer, which means that the dividends, you're just paying back the loan. So there are issues like that where that kind of cooperative or ownership is not actual community ownership, it's on a loan. So those kinds of things we need to be sensitive to. There was some of the benefits we were talking about were, let me just get to them. It's got to do more with access. It needs to have a benefit of generalized access. And some of the benefits of decentralization is that it can provide for a localized community rather than, and anything extra can feed back into the grid. And we had a discussion about, do you sell that to ESCOM or the municipalities? And our discussion was like, we shouldn't be doing that because then it could be profit driven. You want to generate electricity for your community, but then you start to generate to sell. So those kinds of things we were saying we shouldn't be doing. Then an important intervention was it can't be considered the social ownership of renewables in isolation. The elements of food, water, land. So what was in the presentation we sort of spoke a bit about, in the sense that the opportunity to talk about a broad just transition. It's not just about ownership of renewable energy. It's about the fact that people who are receiving that energy will need access to food, to land. It's a discussion around the politics and the political economy we're in currently. It can't just be an isolated thing. When we talk about these things, the opportunity is to talk about a just transition around other elements as well. Transport is one of them, although we didn't actually mention, but it's one of the elements of it. And for communities themselves to be managing themselves better around these elements, not relying on a privately provided energy system like ESCOM has come. And some of the elements of that in terms of land, it's allowing land for them to grow their own food, to source their own water, but still we were dealing with this element of sometimes larger centralized organizations need to provide some things, like the grid currently is controlled by ESCOM. So utilizing elements of that, but having a greater say as this or that community is vital in the method of it. And then the last thing was, for our group we talked and we had inputs from trade unionists about job losses. So if the renewable sector and the renewable push we have includes job losses, that would be a problem. There needs to be an increase in employment and reskilling and upskilling. So for example, if plants are decommissioned, what happens to the workers in those plants? So it can't be acceptable for some of us for those jobs to just disappear and workers no longer to have that employment. Shore City, okay. I think that's about it, but maybe, comrades, there might be things I've tried to summarize in my group if anyone wants to add something you think.
Alrighty, there was another group. Is that you? All right, back there. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Comes, if I forget anything, just jump in. We had a very good discussion on social ownership, and it seemed like, when I summarized it as 3 sort of elements or buckets of ideas around what we mean by social ownership. The first one was around ownership in terms of actually owning the assets, so where a community comes and puts together money and they then own the assets, right? So that would be the one. So owning the capital, putting money together, so that would be like a cooperative model that some people have spoken about. There were some concerns around, because people were saying we want to own the means of production, and there were concerns around it being those small cooperative, like smaller scale, so community-owned renewables being scalable and being competitive under capitalism with big corporates and big renewable energy companies. The second sort of bucket or idea that we had, or element of social ownership, was around decision making. So that's something that other people have spoken about too. So we said maybe it's not so much about owning the assets, but it's about it's perhaps owned by the municipality or by a national utility or provincial utilities, but people have a lot more say in communities, have a lot more say, and there's real oversight and community involvement in the governance of those utilities. And then the third one, or the third element that we spoke about, was about who benefits from. So there's some renewable energy utility, for it to be socially owned or community owned, or publicly owned, all these different words, but let's say socially owned, the majority of the benefit should be to the community where, to local communities, so the community where it resides. So, and people made points around the fact that the benefit should be in terms of the energy provision, so they should have access to the energy that renewable energy installation has, that the benefit should exist across the full supply chain. So that means that skills and first preference for providing services and providing the infrastructure and maintenance should happen in communities first and foremost. And also in terms of the benefits, renewable energy, socially owned renewable energy should also support service delivery in municipalities and local communities. So benefits in that way, as well as skills and jobs of local communities. Did I forget anything, comrades? Those are the 3. So there was a lot of lively debate, but that's sort of a summary of the 3 sort of main elements that we spoke about. Thanks.
I think there was another microphone at some point. I don't know where it grew legs, went to. Okay, cool. So thanks very much, comrades, for those inputs around the questions of what social ownership means and some of the challenges as well as the benefits. I don't know if anybody is wanting to add in while we're focusing in on this question of what do we mean by social ownership and what are the benefits that it brings. Yeah, Robert, I see your hand, and then if anybody else wants to jump in, feel free to do so. We'll try use the mic just so everybody can hear. Tony, can you pass this behind you? That's okay? Sorry.
Okay, so comrades, for me, I think it is. I mean, it's a debate, but I think we can think it through. But I would agree with the submission was in my group, but I agree with it anyway. That social, at least the social component, is not private. I think social means that it's geared towards benefiting society as a whole and not generating profit. So whether that's through a actually own vehicle, like it participates in the market like a cooperative where you might sell, but within the cooperative, it is in principle distributed equally to all to benefit the collective and the broader community, and not profit a few. So the surplus gets shared, I think, is the key element of social. And so for me, state ownership is a kind of social ownership. There's state ownership, and then there's different forms of community and worker cooperatives and trusts. But the common denominator, I think, is that it's for broad-based benefit, democratically controlled, and not for the few. I think for me that's kind of a real basic thing. So you could say maybe like where there's a partnership where a community is at stake, you could say it's partially socially owned, but to the extent that a for-profit company is involved, it's not social.
It's a question of where the benefits get concentrated in terms of ownership. Yeah, Tony.
So I read a paper recently, and there's a question in Spain around its targets, and there was a study by some economists I was reading. So they have a target that by 2030 they want to meet the 73% of their electricity needs with renewable energy. The study I was looking at specifically in terms of market remuneration to pay for the financing that goes into these projects. In order to get there, basically, you would have to increase consumption of electricity if it was to be up to 73% by 110 to 146% of consumption levels between 2010 and 2020. So what happens is what's called price cannibalization. So because it has a low marginal cost, these renewable energy installations, the deeper and the more renewable energies enter into a market environment, it drives down the price that you can get as remuneration for the electricity you produce. Actually, this has already happened in Europe, where in fact, if you're producing electricity and feeding into like a market, you can actually go negative. So you actually end up having to pay into the electricity that you're producing. So I think it brings questions about the way things are set up now. Is it even feasible? I think to actually meet the target of like having renewable energy that's going to meet the needs of people, the economy inevitably has to change. It cannot be in like the capitalist markets that we have.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. There was a rumor that somebody said that nuclear would eventually get so cheap that you wouldn't even meter it because the nuclear technologies would advance so much. What's happened is nuclear has become so expensive that you can barely afford to build it. Whereas it seems like renewables could potentially get us to a point where we're getting a lot of low-cost energy. But does that mean we're tapping into that for the benefits of communities, or how is that being commodified and marketed? It's a really interesting point. I think Fengiwe had an addition there.
Yeah, it was more of a question, which was also asked during our group, which is what is not social ownership, right? Someone sort of said it about if it doesn't make profit, then it's social ownership. And then in our group, there was an example about a community where they're owning like 9% in there and they're getting dividends. So is dividends not profit? I'm just asking what exactly, what? So because for me, I think the social ownership is in different forms. It could be an individual who has a solar PV in their home and they're part of social ownership, or a community as well. Or for me, even private sector plays a part in that. But yeah, so I just wanted to hear what is not social ownership when we talk about social ownership. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Where do these lines get a little bit fuzzy in terms of the social and the ownership? Yeah. Anybody want to add in or maybe respond to that question? I see a hand here. I can just hand my mic and body so you don't have to run too far.
Thanks. Yes, thank you very much, facilitator. My name is Likaya Ngazana from the university, just for the people who are not here. I think there is a bit of a problem with the general definition of social as something that is not being owned by the state and not owned by private. And I would like to give a proper context to that by asking us to look back at the broad-based economic development. It was BE first, and it had an element of being a broad-based economic development. The objective was to empower black people in particular, owing to a particular history of our country. It ended up being an elitist intervention. And there was another policy improvement to say it must be broad-based. It narrowed. So are we then going to say, even the problems that we have, the existential problems that we have with our parastatals, you see an overplay and the overpresence of the private sector coming in to say that they are going to fix those parastatals. So we need a proper definition, and we need to talk about levels. And I was challenging the comrades from COSATU because they would talk about worker control of what? Of the economy. How do we situate them in the whole complex of models of socially owned renewable energy? The community itself is not the homogeneous entity. In the community currently you have got businesses, and you are not going to play any race card. White businesses are part of that community. Black businesses are part of that community. And all that, they make up what is called the community. At what level of our community do we want this kind of an intervention? Thirdly, I think there was a missing middle there in what you were talking about when you were discussing the market failure, and you were referring to land, and you referred to money. There's a very pertinent issue of capital. Because how do you make these structures participate meaningfully in the economy without having dealt with the issue of capital? And in fact, I hear a proposal that says the state must help, with capitalization of these models of socially owned renewable energy. The government failure, as it was noted earlier on, is a function of the market failure. It's very clear, because when the market extends its tentacles into that which the state has got to provide in a very affordable manner for the people, for the benefit of the people, the market interferes with that. It claims that it can manage better, and it comes in, the profit logic kicks in. So that's why a dialogue of this kind is quite important. And again, we need to have a discussion that talks to the understanding of our local sphere of government about the objective of having the models of social ownership. Because I think the defense is very narrow at this point in time. Everybody, precisely because there is no proper regulation on the surcharge that they can place on electricity, and everybody talks about imminent revenue losses, rather than looking at this participation solving other socio-economic challenges that are actually present in our communities. Thank you.
Thanks very much. A lot of really important inputs there, and particularly around if the public sector is being cannibalized by the private sector, is it still the public sector? Right? I think there's a comrade who's got a hand and a mic back there, and then I see the two hands here.
Mandla.
Oh, wait.
Mandla. Comrades, to my group and to other groups, what I pick up is that we clearly understand the meaning of socially owned and its benefit. Our difference is how do we implement it. So that is my understanding. In that way, some of us, we say cooperation between private and public. Some says cooperation in terms of municipality for the benefit of the people owning it together with the private. Mine will be say, it will be simple. If all that is done, whether either way or that way, as long as it's not for profit making, we could succeedingly seeing it benefiting everyone, including the black business community and the white business community. We must not only think there's no socialist in the white cities. And then again, in terms of community playing a role in providing self-generation, if we generate our own electricity via solar or whatsoever, as long as it's not affecting the environment, what are we going to do with the grid? Because currently, ESCOM transmission and distribution is not privatized. It belongs to ESCOM. What do we do about it? If we can pursue the ESCOM to sell the grid to them, what are we going to do about the dividend? Mine, it will be this one. That dividend must be used to uplift the community that is selling that grid to it. Not for me being a BEE and claim that I have no degree but I'm driving Austin Martin. No, that can't be correct. And again, I hear we talk about this, but we don't deal much of other issues like industrial policies. If we say we want the solar and it be socially owned, how are we going to make sure that it's socially owned? Are we going to buy solar from China like the delegate of Xi Jinping was here promising us to help us with the solar? Are we going to create industry? Because a lot of factories is closed. There's a need to reindustrialize the industry in South Africa rather than importing all the technology and the machine as if we don't have a lot of engineers and artisans in this country. And again, I want to say workers have their own capital, but we don't realize that. We've got pension fund, but we don't have a say on it. Our government is using our pension fund without our knowledge together, I'm sorry to say this, together with the COSATU. So what we say, we need to have a voice on our own means of production. We do have a means of production in this country. We must shy away that say only the capital is that the means of production. We do have, in terms of a capital, in our provident fund money. We can use that to invest, and then we employ the people who are aspect in dealing with the finance to benefit all of us, because what they realize that we don't want to create another BEE strategies. So I will pause there, comrade. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. So I'm going to do, let's go, there's two questions here. And then a question here. And we're going to do an encouragement of brevity too.
Thank you, Chair. Comrades, may I please remind the House that we must not forget that, in fact, the new deals, it was from top-down approaches. So when we say socially owned, we must put ourselves in so that we can follow or do or practice the bottom-up approach to avoid the tendencies of signing deals behind our backs on behalf of us. Secondly, we must not forget that one of the famous guy said there is clean coal while lying because he wanted to push a certain agenda, knowing very well that they get rich and richer at our expense of our health hazards. Most of us, they know who said that. I don't want to mention because Gabrielle is in the room. Then lastly, currently we are using or accessing energy out of from ESCOM and municipal entities. So as Alex showed a photo that ESCOM in fact is about to die, if not dead already. So we were never given a chance to put in ideas, but we are the ones who had to suffer or bear the brunt of trying to pay World Bank debts. And first of all, we were never even consulted for that matter, that we are taking money from wherever to do 1, 2, 3. But when coming to paying, now we have to pay. That is why our energy is quite expensive when using coal. So the reason why I'm raising all this chain, I'm trying to let's put our heads together and make it a point that nothing for us without us. So socially owned must be based on a bottom-up approach, because we understand better and because we know what we want. It's just that the chain of doing the final product. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. And maybe to out your inside joke, the clean coal fan you were talking about was Natasha, right? Gabriel.
Thank you. Mine is a question to the space, but also a comment. So I'm learning a lot today, and that's quite fun, because admitting that you don't know something is the first part of actually building that knowledge and growing. And so if I've been in the space for the last 6, 7 years, and I'm finally gaining the proper understanding of it, despite my readings, despite my engaging with individuals, how do we make sure that when we talk about involving communities and building with communities, that we don't just leave the young people who are oftentimes, neglected in spaces? We think of communities and we think of everyone who's old enough to have, experienced a life already. And then there are individuals who are young, and then, there's always that, no, come to the meetings, come to the spaces. But we don't acknowledge that there's massive kind of cultural things. I mean, if I think we all have been there, where we've stood there and it's like, where in the Bible did a child speak? Keep quiet. How are we as young individuals supposed to engage in spaces if there are gatekeepers in the forms of older community members? When we talk about youth as though they aren't part of communities, we talk about workers as though if they don't go home at the end of the day, And so I think my question is just, how do we ensure that as we build capacity to engage the topic of the topic of ownership, the topic of socially owned, that young individuals are also brought into this space? We want to be a part of it, but oftentimes the conversations are held at such a high level. We talk about grassroots approach, but the topic's up here that you can't even reach the top. So how do we engage that space? Young individuals want to engage that space, not everyone, of course. There's a lot of stigma around, oh, young people just want to be on TikTok and chill and do nothing. But we do want to involve ourselves. So I think there needs to be a bit of a conversation that we all have with ourselves in our organizations and more. It can't always be the youth-led organizations pushing the narrative and asking. It should be us in other spaces also opening those doors to make sure that there's a sustainability and longevity in this conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabriel. I think that's a really important point when we think about who is the community, and the community itself, whether it's an inclusive community, whether it's along the lines of gender, race, class, and age. Yeah, these are really important. So thank you so much, Gabriel. I see there's a hand, and then I think Brandon, you also had a hand, and then Robert, I see your hand, but I'm also going to see if there's others that haven't chatted yet to jump in. But I'll come to you in a sec.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, I think I agree with the group submission, including the comrades from the floor. I think the whole concept, it is very important that it will benefit the community, but I think what we need to look at that might destroy the whole plan is it is profit driven. We need to manage that by all means so that we can achieve our goals. Secondly, I think I agree with your slide, one of your slides that state that the tax benefits those who are pockets are full, and the workers are suffering as a whole, including the community, because the very same workers are part of community. But also, Chair, there is something that you did not engage on, or maybe we are still coming to it, or maybe we just left it. But I think it's very important for us also to look at. In the whole plan, there is a so-called IPP. If you look at the IPP arrangement,
Just independent power producers.
yeah, the system, the way it has been structured to suit the IPP, it only suits certain individuals or family members, and the rest of the whole community are not part of the IPP. I think we need to find a way of how do you unlock that particular area so that we can benefit as a community. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, in terms of trying to get to grips with this concept of what it is, I'm wondering if it could be helpful to look at social ownership as the kind of umbrella concept, and then community ownership as a subset of that, because that's a kind of place-specific project, if you like, and the considerations are different. So maybe just thinking of those distinctions. And then in terms of sort of challenges of this, I mean, one thinks of a renewable plant, for example, as an asset, and rightly so. But as with any asset, there are costs and there are responsibilities. So I think mapping what those are and coming to agreements as to who's liable, who deals with handling those costs and those responsibilities is probably quite important as well.
Thanks very much, Brandon. I am conscious of time, and I'm also wanting to give a bit of a foreshadowing of where we're going together, so as we can guide this conversation. So maybe just take the last couple of questions, and then we'll start to move towards lunch. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to take long. I just want to engage a bit on the profit part. You can't want to socially own something and expect that somebody's not going to make profit. Along the line, somebody's going to make profit, because when whatever that you will be using, whether it's solar or whatever renewable energy source that you're going to be using, it's going to get broken and somebody needs to replace the parts, then somebody's going to benefit. But we can regulate how much does that profit should be. So we shouldn't take out the profit part of it, but we need to put in the regulation of that profit.
Thanks for that. Yeah, very important point. So many hands. Okay, so I'm going to take maybe there's the last hand there, Melikaya's hand, and anybody else wanting to get in the last points there.
Don't open it up.
Robert, is your point burning, or are you happy to park it, or would you like to come in? Okay, well then, yeah, let's take those last four hands, and then I'm going to try ease us into lunch.
Yeah. So I do not think that the solution will be something that will fit to, something that will be like one-sided to all our communities. Our communities are different. And that difference, we should be actually utilizing that difference to solve such problems. For instance, if you go to Queenstown, before you reach Queenstown, there's a very huge dam there. And there's like small communities along. So those kind of communities, they can use we can use the dam to generate electricity for them. That can be, the maintenance of such can be very low because the communities are not that huge. That's one example. there are communities whereby there is squatter camps. They are very far away from other communities. So the solution for that particular community might be the solar panels. I'm just making an example. For communities that are in the suburb communities, for instance, we can use those batteries that are used by network stations that can last up to probably 2 years without you refilling the battery. So to an extent that those people can afford those batteries. I'm just making an example. So the problems might be similar, but the solutions will not be one solution to all of our communities. So we should also be looking into that. And with regard to the renewable part of energy, yeah, the other group also mentioned that we have so many types of renewables that can be explored. So let's look into those and fit into those to different communities. Thank you.
So important to be sensitive to the different community contexts and what would work there.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Afternoon once again, comrades. Comrades, from our group, when we were discussing this issue, we've indicated, for instance, the cause that has brought us into this discussion. We're all aware of it, and it has got to do with policy matters and laws and regulations and so forth. So we have said in our group that when we are defining the means of this, it's like it has got to do with it's a public initiative that should be driven by communities and workers. For instance, workers are part of communities. That's a typical example for it. And yet now, when we spoke about it, we said on issues of your value chain in terms of your renewables, whether it may be your manufacturing, maintaining it, and so forth, communities should be at the center. You see, and even on the aspect of governance, the communities should be at the center. For instance, the other comrades spoke about the top-down approach and so forth. So in your local governing sphere, let's say maybe we should, in terms of your governance, we should at least maybe make sure in terms of the structure of governance in local sphere. We have your climate office, for instance. We have a climate office whereby there will be civil societies and committees that are involved in making sure that in terms of your policies, everything is being adhered to. You see, so it can't be, so we are trying to say it should be the communities that are in center of any discussion, and in discussion, even when it has got to do with decision making, communities should be at the center as well as workers. That's what we I think, but yeah, we are not talking past each other here, but we're on the same page, but it only has got to do, how do we implement it? Thank you very much, Kom.
Thank you, Commander. Where was I? Was there?
You were here.
Where's here? There's there.
Yes.
Go for it.
Yeah. Thank you, Comrade Facilitator. The one point I just want to make, comrades, is that this socially owned renewables approach is part of class struggle. It's part of transformation. And therefore, it's the state, the role of the state would have to be redefined, and the state would have to be overhauled in order to facilitate the kind of transformation we want. If you think, for example, the current state, which is the custodian of neoliberalization, privatization, would have to be fought and transformed or even dismantled, and a new state created that would serve the the interests that we want to pursue. It's something that we have to think about. I mean, in some of the workshops we have attended, examples have been given, for example, about countries like Mexico, where the kinds of transformation we want to pursue have become possible because of a leftward shift in terms of politics, with the left-wing government being at the helm. So, otherwise you will have socially owned entities like Ingonyama Trust and Royal Bafokeng, right? At the heart of these socially renewables, and is the need to have access to energy, and if we also talk of owning the entire value chain, surely it means a different reconfiguration of the state altogether. It means a different government, a different state. Yeah, let me leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. So how do we radically transform the states so that we can deliver meaningful social ownership? Where were the last hand? I know Robert had one, and there was one more, I think. Who was that one more? Were you on the stack before?
Sorry.
Are you sneaking in?
Oh, I thought you were going to start with him.
Thank you, Coms. I'll try and be as brief as possible. I think the key thing, or a key thing, a thought to keep alive, I think, is defining the relationship and the respective roles of one, a transformed ESCOM. If you want to call it ESCOM, what? Transformed and democratized working community-controlled state, but relatively centralized state utility, versus the decentralized kinds of social ownership like cooperatives and communities. Firstly, how much of one, roughly how much of the other, geographically where, and also what circumstances in which it's better to have a democratized but basically state utility, assuming generation responsibilities, and situations where it's better to devolve. Like maybe where you have a very organized community or cooperative, then its devolution kind of makes sense. Also possibly splitting it between more centralized, bigger scale generation for production, and then decentralized generation in communities and cooperatives for household use. Maybe some of those, but just to think about kind of through the relationship between those two forms of decentralized and centralized social ownership, I think. Thank you, that's it.
Oh, okay. These are also questions to think through and think about, not necessarily to be answered. Because what I'm getting is a kind of a statist view, if I can put it in those terms. But I'm wondering if, given that the modern capitalist economies cannot do with some form of government or regulation of some form, what does that mean actually for us in relation to this question of public ownership? Two, whether is it possible to envision a new form of public ownership despite a kind of a statist view, given what I've already said about the fact that capitalist economies can't do without some form of state intervention, whether it's government regulations or whatever. So those are the questions that I'm thinking about, whether when it comes to ESCOM, for example, should it always mean must it always mean that if we are talking about public ownership, should be state-owned? Are there any other forms we can try to think about? I know I'm sounding quite utopia about this, but I think it's important to sort of throw those questions. Yeah.
Thanks, comrade. And I think this is a space for both utopian and pragmatic thinking and of finding them together, right? So I encourage the utopian dreamers in the room as well to, to come out. Cool, I think I'm going to start moving us into lunch, but maybe just to give us like a sense of where we are and where we're going together. So this early morning session was really a way of us beginning to voice out our ideas around social ownership, trying to understand some of the tensions, some of the gray areas of our different understandings of what we bring into this space, some of the challenges that social ownership faces, some of the benefits it could bring, also to get a sense of the lay of the land in terms of wide-scale privatization that is happening, and so the context that we're working within. And so we're kind of starting at this broad level and then trying to get a little bit more defined as we go. So after lunch, we're going to have some inputs from comrades that have been working on community energy and hearing about their projects, some of the struggles, some of the benefits that they've seen as a result of that. So focusing in really on that community energy side of things. Then following that, we're going to start speaking a little bit about the possible public pathways to renewable energy. What are some of the benefits, some of the challenges that are there? And then that will kind of wrap us up for today. And tomorrow we're going to start breaking down and start speaking about some of the more specific areas around what it means for social ownership. So we're going to break up into groups. And so start thinking about maybe which group you want to be in terms of thinking about the different areas. It's labor and jobs, capital and finance, land and connected to land, housing, ESCOM and public ownership, community and social ownership, what does that look like? What are the national and municipal regulatory framework and politics, mining and clean energy supply chain? So I think Farron tomorrow will give out a registration form where you can kind of fill in where you want to be in those particular discussions, because we're going to try and get a little bit more focused in thinking about what are some of the demands that we want to raise up together. And I think part of what we recognize when we're in this room is that we both have areas where we agree and we align, but that we're also a diverse group. So part of what we want to explore is where do we disagree? Where do we not see eye to eye? And I think it's important because we're both trying to find like what are the collective demands that we can raise together. But we also want to know like where are the areas where we're going to struggle and what do we do in those points of disagreement. So I think we should see disagreement as something that's valuable as well and generative in this space. And so as we think about this, we should also note down our points of divergence as well as convergence. And I think that brings us pretty much to lunchtime. Is there any last minute announcements or questions that folks want to bring into this space? I see Farron is jumping up. Come on, Farron.
Thanks, Carm. Just an announcement to ask a few people just to come to the front before lunch, before they go out to lunch. Matthew from Saftu, Mareka, Jezri, Holla, Prof. Darrell, Tony, Rosalind's not here, Maureen, Lekaya, Mareka, Prof. Janet, Jezri again. Could you just meet me in front for just 2 minutes and then off to lunch? Thanks.
So that's Farron's naughty list. I think you're in trouble. Anything else before we go and get ourselves some food? Okay, so hopefully everybody knows the food is, you kind of go down to the end of this building and then you turn right. It's in the Robin Room. I hope I'm not spreading misinformation. It's the Robin Room? Okay, cool. So go enjoy your lunch. Just so that you know, we are in a very beautiful venue as well. And if you see the Robin Room, there's also a little sign that says beach, right? And the beach is kind of there. We don't want you lost and gone on the beach all day, but you can see the sea right there, and so take advantage of where we are. And maybe you can take your lunch. There's some tables on the way to the beach where you can sit and have a nice view there too. So we do want to take advantage of the beautiful location we're in as well. I see Simon's got a quick hand, and then I think we can send you off. Oh, sorry. The group photo is been moved to tomorrow at the afternoon tea because our photographer's not here now, and there's also a couple of people that are coming in tomorrow. So we thought we would do it tomorrow in the group tea. So sorry, that's an outdated bit in the agenda there. Okay. Otherwise, we're good. Go enjoy some lunch, everybody. Thanks so much.
So there's this, I don't know if you're familiar with Phenomenal Worlds. It's like, I don't know if it's a think tank or publication strictly. They're writing about what's going on in Spain, and I went and looked up that study. So basically, like, security things for people. Okay. Do they leave their machines, or is someone here, or can the doors lock? It's a good question. Because I know we can trust each other, but who knows who lives here?
Yeah, it might be good for people to check their Right, comrades. Also, maybe just to everybody take their laptops and stuff when they go for lunch is probably a good idea. I think we can all trust each other, but the monkeys might come in and take your laptop, so who knows?
Hello, hello.
I don't need it. Hello. Hello. Testing, testing. It's working here. Hello. Francina, do you want to sing us into... or does anybody feel like giving us a song? You don't have to, Francina, but maybe to bring us back in. Huh? If you got... Just so we... I don't know if it's working there. Is this working?
Oh,
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, all right.
Testing, testing. Yeah. All right.
Is it this one?
Yeah, that one's working.
Okay. Hi everyone. Just a quick one from me. Can those, if you don't have a heater in your room, please raise your hand.
You.
Cool. Please help me count. One. Sorry. So, even if you're sharing, right? I need to know how many individuals don't have. Even if you're sharing, so if there's two of you, both of you must raise your hands.
Yeah.
Ne? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There are two that are not sure if it's a heater. Are you like very cold in your room and you need a plan made? Or are you okay? Cool. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. We're trying to make a plan to get you warm. We didn't expect this unseasonably cold weather, so thanks for bearing through a cold night last night. But without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Siphesihle here from Groundwork, who's going to give us some interesting inputs and facilitate around community-based energy. Thanks.
Amandla, how are you? Sanbona, my name is Siphesihle from Groundwork. I am going to be facilitating this session on the models of community ownership of renewable energy. But first up, before any further ado, I'd love to invite Professor Cherry because she has somebody to introduce who was not with us this morning. Prof.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. So this is Comrade Patrick Brennan, who wasn't with us this morning, but he is going to introduce the Transition Township model and the project of Transition Township. And I just wanted to introduce him and to explain that the Transition Township project was set up just about 2015, but with a comrade from NUMSA, Nko Jikeka, who some of you might know, and he was here as part of our Amandla collective. So Patrick and myself and Nko were part of the Amandla collective. And so we set up the Transition Township project in that context. So I'm going to let Patrick speak about the Transition Township, and Nko is not here, he's in Gauteng at the moment. You'll represent him, thank you. So I just wanted to introduce him to you on that basis.
Thanks, and good afternoon, everyone. The picture that you see on the screen there is the Saltuba community-owned renewable energy installation that's going to be the subject of introduce to you what it is we're trying to achieve with the Transition Township project. So this is just a newspaper article on what we've been doing, and there also are articles in Labour Bulletin and elsewhere. I'll start by just giving you guys an overview of KwaZulu itself. It's got approximately 120,000 people, 25,000 households.
It's got extensive commercial, industrial infrastructure, highly skilled workforce, and relatively high levels of service delivery. So this is the place where we chose to pilot the transition township idea. And the idea was to enable township production, community-owned production at scale, and to produce a surplus that could be distributed to the households. So the basic idea is this. If you look at this diagram where I'm standing now, you'll see we have suppliers, we have neighbor production systems, and then we have a market consisting of retail and industrial, commercial consumers. And the idea is that if each household had an installation of 4 kilowatts, which is the size of that small carport you saw there, that was a 5 kilowatt installation. KwaZulu as a whole would have 100 megawatts installed capacity, which translates into 150 gigawatts per annum, and that itself translates into around about 260 million rand at current market prices. So the basic idea is that each household would be a shareholder or an owner of some sort of community-owned renewable energy installation, and that installation would produce surplus available for distribution to those households. Now, if you look at the numbers for this, so the idea is you invest around about 1.5 million, which in our pilot project translates into around about 60,000 rand per household. That generates approximately 600,000 rand per annum over 25 years. Okay. We make some assumptions about costs of that, and then the idea is that a surplus is available for distribution to all the participating households. Can go to the next slide. Just to give you an idea of where the potential for this kind of thing exists, we looked at farming as well as at urban farming as well as at energy production. But you see these little squares on the aerial photograph. Those are what are called gap taps. There are about 120 of them in KwaZulu, each of them around about 1,000 square meters. If all of them were had renewable energy and food production associated with them, it generates production and has potential to be for that surplus to be distributed to each household. Yeah. So in theory, if every household in the country had a 5 kilowatt installation or owned 5 kilowatts of an installation, because it doesn't have to be on the household itself, it can be anywhere in the area. We could meet 83% of planned energy needs, and at the moment we would already meet the current energy needs. I think I'll leave it there and take questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Are there any questions for the presentation Patrick has given to us this afternoon? Takers? Yes, sir.
So just building on this morning's discussion about what is social ownership or community ownership, if you maybe can just explain a little bit more about how that structure works. You know, how have you worked out the shareholding structure and who benefits there? And also have residents come up with capital themselves, or is it being supplied by external funding, or how is that working? And lastly, how far are you in this process? Thank you.
Okay, so the idea is that each household has an equal share of a community-owned renewable energy installation, and it vests in the household. So if someone leaves the area, the share gets transferred to the new resident. It's not based on the ownership of the house. It's based on the residency of the house. Whoever pays the municipal bill has a share in this cooperative. So it's for the household. People can opt in or out, that's fine. We haven't, this was a pilot project, so we haven't raised, we did raise funds, but the funds that we raised didn't materialize, which we can talk about as well in terms of institutional barriers to this kind of thing. But the idea would be a combination of public funding and maybe even raising funds on the market. We haven't thought that through. There is work going on at the moment for the PCC, which will come up with some answers to that, to how it's possible. What kind of funding model should we be looking at? But at the moment, it's we've proved that we can do the production, and that the production is cost effective. You know, so one of those installations will it'll at the current rate it'll break even within a couple of years, and they last 25 years guaranteed. So definitely it's viable financially. The question is, how do you fund it, which we're still looking at. Was that it? Did I miss anything? Okay.
Any other takers? Yes, sir.
Mandla. I just want to understand from Cell Ituba, let's assume that you get the funding, everything is going smoothly. If you have overgrid, what are you going to do with it? And then how do you ensure that it is socially owned? Mine meaning socially owned, I mean it benefits the people, whether you are rich or the poor. So it is not only affecting the people associated to Cell Ituba. That will be the one. And the second one is, have you thought about the impact of self-generation in terms of the municipal workers? So what's your take on that one? What will happen? Because currently, the people, like, let me just be straight and forward, the SAMU workers will be heavily affected by the impact of self-generation. So if the municipality is working, the revenue that the municipality is getting is being subsidized to to refurbish the power station, to pay the workers. So how do you work around in making sure that the jobs of the SAMU workers is secure?
Patrick?
So, in terms of job security for municipal workers, there shouldn't be any difference between buying the electricity from a community-owned renewable energy or buying it from Eskom. Municipality still has to buy the electricity and sell it. So it doesn't impact on whether or not the municipality has an electricity department. What we're doing is we're supplying electricity to the municipality. Municipality then sells it on to other people. Do you see what I'm saying? The municipality still owns the infrastructure and the distribution network. And there's work being done on upgrading that distribution network. So that will actually mean jobs for especially NUMSA workers, because they have to upgrade the existing system. So if anything, it will be a net job creation. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you think about where the electricity comes from now, 90% of it, or in fact all of it, comes in to the city from the Eastern Transvaal and via these massive cable lines. all that we'll be doing is instead of the electricity coming from Eastern Transvaal, it's going to come from, some of it's going to come from the community. But you're still going to pump that electricity into the grid. So that's what I probably wasn't clear enough. What we did was we put up that installation, and then even though the municipality was dragging its feet, we got them to agree to give us a meter, and we put electricity into the grid for 2 years. It's still there. It's still pumping into the grid. I think it's been reconnected, if I'm not mistaken. And in that time, it produced 8,000 megawatts. Sorry, 8,000 kilowatt hours. So it amounts to around about, for each household, around about 1,000 rand extra. Is the potential per month. In that area, that's household incomes are around about 3,000. That's a significant boost to household income, and in my opinion, would not negatively affect jobs at the municipality. Probably the other way around.
Cool. Hello and thank you for your presentation. I'm a bit curious about the comment on funds were raised but did not materialize. What does that mean? And what were the barriers that prevented the materialization of those funds? I think if you can't say a few things because you might be jabbed in the arm as you sit down somewhere later on, then don't. But it would be quite nice to know what those barriers would look like. Thank you.
That's fine. I mean, it's not a state secret. It was the municipality that voted, I think, around about 4.5 million for the expansion of the project, and was completely unable to implement that resolution. So there's a decision taken in the council, and I think in the end we got a couple of water tanks from them and a fence. But they had voted 4.5 million to replicate and expand the model. If we'd done that, we wouldn't just be showing you a carport. We'd be showing you 3 gap taps with, But the current regulatory environment is not conducive, either bureaucratically or politically. So that's something we need to deal with, because at the moment it's the municipalities and the political parties, they're holding everybody up. The technology exists. We can do this tomorrow. We've been able to do this for the last 5 years. It's not new, and it's not rocket science technology. People are doing this all over the world. The reason we're not doing it is because we're having it's dysfunctional what's happening with the municipalities for the reasons we all know.
Thank you, Patrick, with the presentation. But may I please ask a question to say, as you are speaking about 8,000 kilowatt hour, have you maybe done a popular education in informing the communities on how much, if any, they have to give back for the exchange of using the energy? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a pilot project, and what we wanted to do was to get the municipality to pay for that electricity, but every time we met institutional hurdle, another one appeared, and eventually it was clear to us that the institutional arrangements for this kind of thing don't exist yet, so they need to be created. That's one of our recommendations. But technologically, we can do this tomorrow, and you link it to people's municipal account. So there'll be a clear tracking of all the financial arrangements, so it can be done, but people don't want to do it. Well, institutions don't want to do it for various reasons.
Comrades, maybe before Brandon comes in, may I just see by show of hands comrades who still have questions for Patrick? 1, 2. The listeners, nothing. Come on, come on. Josh, I see you. Okay. So 4. Okay, wonderful. Brandon.
Thanks, Patrick. I hope that some of the details of those regulatory and political stumbling blocks can be shared so that there's a group discussion tomorrow, which would be very good to unpack those in a bit more. Just a question, so is the feed-in happening at each individual dwelling, or is the whole area kind of reticulated together and feeds in as a collective? And does that 60,000 per household include meters and reticulation and all of the add-ons? Thanks.
Yeah, so the idea is that it's one installation, the way we've modeled it now, and each household would have a share of the installation. But in theory, you could do it, various ways you can do that. We don't want to be prescriptive. We want to almost tell people, whatever design you come up with that works, we can, obviously within boundaries. And that's part of the idea that communities will design their own installations. Sorry, the second part of your question?
The 60,000 would cover all.
Yeah, so that would be, it would be for one household's shareholding of whatever design they come up with. And the idea is that over time, we're on some kind of Moore's law with some of these renewables, so that you want to be getting these guys onto a ladder of owning the means of production and improving it as they go, which is, again, we haven't modeled that, but that needs to be thought through as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the study is really interesting, and it's heading towards a nice future, especially for our disadvantaged communities. I just want to ask, in terms of challenges, we know that South Africa is quite ripe in terms of crime. I just wanted to ask, wasn't the project affected, and going forward, what would you found that could maybe make the community more accountable, or I feel they need to be accountable for the solars? And also another thing I want to find out is how was the process of them getting compensated by the municipality, and also in line with we know that the metro here, there's a lot of political instability, and could have maybe that being one of the reasons that maybe led of them to not honor what the council had initially agreed upon. And is there no possible way to maybe try and hold them accountable because they had taken a resolution? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, it's a great question, because the community is actually key to both security of this kind of thing, and also I think if it is going to go forward, people need to be putting pressure on their ward committees and on their councillors to actually to do what they said they were going to do. So we did have some issues with crime. They weren't.
It's so cute to talk about it.
Yeah, I'll let them talk about it. That's better. It's one of the things that has to be dealt with, but it shouldn't be stopping us from doing this kind of thing. As to the institutional situation and the political situation, I really think that if people in leadership understood the potential of this, we'd be in a different situation. But there's too much squabbling over the existing hydrocarbon industry that people aren't even getting a look in. So the real task here is to take the gap, and to, because there is potential. We should be putting pressure on, especially on ward committees and on councillors, and also on the government itself, which I think, you know, it's not perfect, but there definitely has been, of late, government is listening to some of the things we've been saying. So again, let's take the gap there. My own personal view is that the ward committees are key. That each ward committee should be briefed about this kind of thing, and their task should be to go to the council and say, why aren't we doing this? Or something like this. Now, that's a big thing to do, but the potential for mobilizing people to help to solve the crisis is enormous. I mean, I didn't go into the detail of these numbers here, but, you know, the current, I think it was, so the current installed capacity is 52 gigawatts, of which I think 30 gigawatts is available. If everybody had a 4 kilowatt installation, or share of a 4 kilowatt installation, it'll produce 64 gigawatts. So 120% of the current capacity. Now obviously not every household in the country is going to participate in this, but even if 10% did, those numbers are enormous. They add up pretty quickly. A township can produce, KwaZulu, hundreds of millions per annum it can produce. It currently consumes, as a township, 50 million. It can produce at least 5 times what it consumes, if not more, depending on how much open ground you cover or how many rooftops you cover. And those numbers are going to go up over time because, like I said, there's some kind of Moore's law in operation in energy. So 5 years ago when we started the study, we were looking at, I think, 350 watt panels, and by the time we actually implemented, they'd already doubled to around about 450, and now it's even higher. So the actual square meterage that you need to produce a kilowatt hour is going down, not up. Over time, it means you can have more and more productive systems. And we don't know what the limits to those are, but for now, they are increasing. And we should be taking advantage of this, you know. And the other thing we should be demanding is that the government places its trust in the hands of the people, you know. Trust the community to do the right thing. Trust the ward committees to do the right thing. Give them the necessary support when they, you know, if they want to implement a renewable energy project. We need government to be providing the environment and facilitating it.
Patrick, my question, the project, first of all, was it part of the IDP? Is it a project that is in the IDP? That's the first question I have. And in terms of, was the municipality involved from the inception stage of the project? And then in terms of the, is there an agreement for the municipality to buy the electricity? Were you able to get to that stage? And then lastly, is in terms of the funds which the municipality took a resolution on to make funds available. What was the expectation in terms of how the municipality was going to make those funds available? Was the expectation that the funds would be the municipality and whatever procurement or processes would be done by the municipality, or the funds would be transferred to the cooperative? Because I think in terms of the municipal regulatory financial management framework,
that also needs to be taken into context. So just trying to understand the whole arrangement and environment in terms of the relationship between the cooperative and the municipality.
Sure. Yeah, so we had support from the electricity department, who liked the idea and were working with us. We did a presentation to the standing committee, and the idea was to expand, because this one was a 5 kilowatt installation. Each gap tap will have 100 kilowatts on it. So the idea was to finish this one and then do 2 more. And when we went to negotiate the agreement between the university and the municipality, it stalled and fell down. So we never got to the point where they actually transferred the funds, but they voted for it in the council. So I think eventually we did get some, like I say, Giorgio tanks and a fence, but that was it. And I don't think it's, it's institutional in the sense that institutions can't really cope with this idea. So we need to actually look at the institutions themselves and say, how can we make it more viable? But in terms of them being consulted, they were consulted all the way through. And, for example, they did allow us to connect to the grid. But we never got to the stage where they knew how to pay us for what they were doing. And that again is institutional. So we tried various avenues and didn't work. We did produce it, we just couldn't get paid for it.
Comrades, I'll just take this one last question and then we'll go on to comrades from Sekhukhune who went to Saltuba yesterday to just be respondents and share briefly on their experiences, and then we'll move on to the second part of this slot, this session. Thanks. Saltuba. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is the last question. And Patrick, I think, would be happy to take other questions outside at tea.
Hi, I wanted to understand how are the households currently benefiting from this? I understand that the municipality is not able to buy the electricity that you're producing, but households, particularly households in townships, sometimes cannot afford electricity. Have you thought about rethinking the model maybe to see how it can benefit the households so that it meets their immediate needs, which is affordability of electricity? And then my other question is with regards to replication, like if this were to be replicated in other municipalities, I know, for example, the Cape Town municipality has a lower tariff for low-income households. Did you take that into consideration? Because, I mean, I think there are a few studies that were done to look at if you install solar panels in low-income households, would it be viable in terms of, like, you look at the capital that's required, but also if you look at the tariff from the municipality, it's much more affordable for low-income households than if you added renewables. Yeah.
So we specifically excluded household rooftops. It's not on someone's house. Okay, it's in an public open space. In this case, a gap tap, but it could be any kind of open space. In KwaZulu, we surveyed the entire township, and there's plenty of land that's not being, currently being used for something else, which could be repurposed for solar panels or wind turbines or all kinds of renewable energy. So it specifically is outside of the household. The idea is that the household owns the renewable energy installation, and sells the energy to the grid rather than consumes it. That consumption is a separate issue. And we kind of think there should be a Chinese wall between those two things. Just because it complicates things too much. What you want to be doing is you want to be selling the electricity and then distributing the surplus to the households. And then they can decide what they want to do with that surplus. If they want to buy electricity, they can. But they can also do other things with it. And the idea is to keep this as straightforward as possible as well. So that's why households, not individuals. So whoever is in that household benefits from the local installation, which also it means that whoever's in that neighborhood, it's in their interest to make sure that no one steals the panels, that kind of thing, because they're benefiting from it. Now, up till now, we haven't managed to get to that point. That's because we can't sell it at the moment. So we're still producing it, but it's not being sold. And there have been people have been saying, well, we should divert it, and that's also, I mean, I won't go into details, but there's a separate installation on for various other activities on the site, and so they have used electricity for that. But as to the benefit of the households, we haven't managed to achieve that yet, and that needs to be done at scale.
Thank you, Patrick. We'll now hand over to Comrade Lungile from Saltuba Cooperative to give us a word.
Modern comrades, I'm coming from Saltuba Cooperative. We swear you see that structure there was there. We started that electricity structure, I think it was about 2 to 4 years now, ne? Yeah, I think it's about 4 years. We put that structure on a cap tap. It's not on the top of the roof, it's on the open space at the cap tap. That cap tap is owned, that cooperative is owned by 36 houses. There's 36 houses around that cap tap. It's whereby we formed the cooperative. And then we built that structure from scratch. There's a company called Rubicon who gave us a plan of that structure, and then we studied ourselves. We get knowledge how to build a structure, how to put a solar. We get education on that, and we benefit some knowledge of putting that structure. And that electricity came from sun and years. Our electricity is going straight to the municipality grid. We don't get anything. We didn't receive nothing. There are protocols and political things that are happening on our Nelson Mandela municipality, that we have to lease the land, we have to go to offices of that, so that we can get the municipality account, and so that the municipality can buy the electricity to us, and then we can get paid. When we got the account for the cap tap, but we don't know when, maybe in 10 years to come, because you know our municipality, how it works. But we're trying, we're working, and according to challenges on a crime, you know our locations, there's a lot of crime. Crime is very high. I think it's about last year or a year back, where has been stolen about 2 to 3 solars there and the battery. But it doesn't stop us. We still continue working with that. Our electricity is still generating. We're trying to create a new security system. We're putting a fence. We get some funding from the municipality, as a pet said. We put a fencing, and we try to put our things now in the security space. And we try to do another thing now on the area about the patrollers. There's a patrollers that we are working at night to check the site that is crime-free. There's something I left, X. Yeah, we are also doing on that. We're creating electricity, and we got also a food garden. We have also a recycling on our site. We collect water, as you know, the water is scarce in GQEBERHA, but we collect water from the rain. We use rainwater. We collect it from the gutters and then put from the chocho, and then we pump it to the garden. It works. It works. We use also solars. We don't use any electricity from anybody. We use solars to pump the water to the gardens. Yeah, I think so far.
A round of applause, comrades. Comrades from Sekukune who visited the Saltuba Cooperative yesterday? Pardon? Okay.
Hi, so my question is, say if you were to then get paid for the power energy that you're generating, at what rate would you then charge it? At the rate that usual like electricity is set by the municipality? And are you keeping track of what's going out so that when the time comes, then you can say, well, you owe us X amount of money?
For now, we're just counting the electricity, how much is in. We are thinking, before we was estimating of 125 per kilowatt. But now, ever since the things that are changed and the prices are changing, we're still counting, we're just counting now, it will be how much when we got the contract with the buyer.
Yes, Petra.
People must understand the difference between kilowatts, which are the capacity of an installation. In other words, its power, what it potentially can produce, and kilowatt hours, which is what you pay for it, and that's the rate you're referring to. So at the moment, in Port Elizabeth or GQEBERHA, it's around about £2.80 or £2.60. It varies time of the month and how much you use per kilowatt hour. And we regard that as the economic value. Now, we're not necessarily going to be able to charge that full amount because we might be selling it to the municipality and they will send it on to someone else. They'll want their cut. That's what we need to negotiate. But the economic value of what it is what people are paying for it now in the current market. And this leads us into another issue, which is, are we looking at a process of market creation? So, which is unusual from the left, okay? But in fact, part of what we're saying is people should have, if you're talking about market economies, people should have access to markets. People who are producing something should be able to deliver it to a market. So maybe that's part of what we're talking about here, is forming that market, okay? Which again, in the current situation, no one's gonna, there are some institutional barriers to it, but again, it's technically very easy to do. You could track it on blockchain. You could even, I don't think there's anything stopping people from doing it themselves in their own neighborhood outside the grid. That's not what we think should happen. We think that it needs to be part of the grid, and it needs to be closely tied to municipal structures, including ward committees. And then it's voluntary, whoever wants to participate can. One share per household.
Hi, I'm Megan. My question is, I guess the caveat is that I'm probably not fully understanding all the technical and institutional arrangements. And maybe my question isn't so relevant given what I've just heard now around the strong commitment to wanting the project to be embedded in the local distribution grid and connected to the kind of democratic institutions of local government. But I wondered if you had considered like a different off-taker. Is that potentially an option for making the project in its current configuration viable, perhaps until the municipal connections also became possible? Thank you.
We have been considering, and we did consider Power X, which is the licensed wheeler for the city, and there are other. There's an emerging, again, market, if you want to call it that, for wheeling green energy. They weren't interested in what we were doing because we were too small at that stage, so we went ahead anyway. The idea would be that we would, there are various different people who want electricity, and we should be able to supply it to them. If it's technically possible to do so, we should be able to do so. So the moment the city allows you to wheel across the, you can go to a company that wants to buy green energy, and make a contract with them, and you can wheel it across the municipal grid. We tried that, but the hold-up was again the municipal account. So we managed to get someone to agree to take it, but we couldn't get it onto the grid. We couldn't get the registration of the account.
Hey comrades, so just one maybe logistical thing. We started a little bit late on this session. Would everyone be okay if we just extended this by 10 minutes and then pushed the program 10 minutes for other sessions as well? Just because we've also got Sipe going to give some really interesting inputs about the projects that they're involved in, and so we want to make sure there's enough time for them. Is that okay with everybody? So we just push everything by 10 minutes. And then maybe just also a point while we're on this, part of the reason why we're going and protesting on Friday at the municipal buildings is to generate some pressure for the municipality to deliver on some of these promises, as well as to like raise demands at a national level about the need for more social ownership. So keep this in mind as we're thinking about the protest that we're doing on Friday. It's not obligatory. If you don't feel like you're ready to support the cause, you don't have to come, but we hope as many people come as possible to that protest on Friday morning. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. Going on to comrades from Sekhukhune. Virgin Active 2.0.
Good afternoon. I hope someone is expecting a song from me, and I wouldn't. Okay, my name is Tukelo Mahlakwana. I'm from Limpopo, in Sekhukhune district. We are here to represent an organization called SISMEC. That stands for Sekhukhune Combined Mining Affected Communities. So Sekhukhune have a lot of mines that operate platinum and chrome. So as SISMEC, we formed this organization after we realized that the mine is contaminating our environment. We're drinking a contaminated water. We don't have a land at the moment because we used to farm, but since the mine started to operate, we no longer farming. So as SISMEC, we come up with the project of social ownership on renewable energies. So that's why we had a 2 community visit exchange, so to learn about the differences of renewable energies. So my part was to introduce the organization. So I'm not going alone. I have a comrade that side. So she will explain more about whatever we've learned from the 2 communities. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Desri Malika. I'm from Limpopo in Sekhukhune. I'm the co-member of the SISMEC team. So out of all the challenges and positives of both projects, we have learned that for social or community ownership to be realized, there should be a sense of control and access. The state has got an important role to play as an enabler for community renewable energy projects and entire value chain. There should be a clear program for skills transfer. There should be a meaningful participation of all role players and stakeholders. We should ensure proper flow of benefits to communities. To those effect, the special purpose vehicles should be established carefully without a rush. Communities should initiate and lead these renewable projects to ensure the advance of social and local development agenda. The working class in general should come up with educational programs and campaigns in communities to build people's power and influence the state. In conclusion, the state in particular, local governments and traditional leadership should make the land available at no cost to the communities to support socially owned renewable ownership projects. I thank you.
Thank you, Sister Desiree. Are there any questions for the comrades from SISMAC? None. Oh, sorry.
Oh, is the wind farm in Zizigama community? Okay, thank you.
Mine is just little to understand from both speakers. I'm not hearing anything about the tenure arrangements of these pilot projects, which might become a very serious blockage at some point. Can you just talk around tenure arrangements?
Sorry, is this to Patrick or to SISMAC?
So the land that the gap taps are municipally owned land at the moment, and they've since the waters used to be, the reason they're called gap taps is because they used to be where 36 households would have to go to get water. There's one standpipe for 36 households. At some point, households were given had plumbing installed, and so the gap taps became, you know, whatever the community wants to do with them, they do. So some of them have got basketball courts, that kind of thing. And the idea would be that the community cooperative would be given a free leasehold, which again the municipality in principle agreed with. So the idea is that these open spaces, you're placing them into the trust of the people, not necessarily transferring the ownership of the land. The ownership of the means of production, which is the solar panels, vests in the people rather than the land itself. The land remains in the hands of the state in this example. But that, you know, I think the idea here should be not prescriptive. You want to encourage as much innovation as possible, and different models, you know, should be available. But there's enough open space in all of our cities for you know, neighborhood cooperatives to do this without necessarily having to transfer land. So existing municipal land. For example, next to New Brighton, there's a whole section of rundown industrial space which can be converted. You know, same thing with the Swartkorps power station. There's plenty of infrastructure and space. We should deal with that first, and then think about, afterwards what to do. You know, if you just did that for the next 5 years, we'd be very busy. You know.
Thank you, Patrick. Was that question also directed to Sister Smack?
Okay, the idea, as is make, whatever we have learned from the two communities, we are going to lay the ground at Sekhukhune. We have to educate people about the project before it can implemented. Because if you find people with no knowledge, they might agree on some things that they will bind them at the end. So we are going to do the workshops with the communities so that they can have more understanding of this project before it can be implemented.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you. Now, if you comrades would allow me to welcome Josh Dipinar, Tuso Mohapi, Keshni Ramredi, and Miss Promise, Comrade Promise, onto the podium as they come to speak about the Energy Democracy Project, as they make their way to the front. So yeah, we're going to speak about the Energy Democracy Project that you are involved in its groundwork. Sustainable Energies Africa is the two NGOs, but also with Abahlali Basemjondolo as one partner. As this hashtag People's Power. Hashtag People's Power. Please sit. Yeah. One of the rules, comrades, this morning. Yes, that very rule. Thank you. So, comrades, I'll first allow Josh Dipinar to speak on community energy or community models of energy ownership.
Great. So we're going to put some slides. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm from Sustainable Energy Africa, and as you said, this is a really exciting project with the two sort of NGOs and the community-based organizations. And like I said earlier, we are sort of working with municipalities on energy policy, and it's really useful to sort of have both sides of the table working together to try and find a usable model. I think it was clear in this the local model in Nelson Mandela Bay that the municipality was the challenge. So we work with Nelson Mandela Bay, and I think some municipalities are more sort of cooperative and excited to try new models and try and find ways to do it. So okay, cool. So we're up here. I don't know if up to you. I mean, okay. Well, for now on this one, I'll just keep going. So I thought of just touching quickly on two areas. The first one is these models that were the one you touched on here for the project in KwaZakele, but maybe looking at some other community energy models, what it could look like. And then the second point is this unavoidable role of municipalities. So so thanks, Be. So the community energy models. So the first one is and I don't know if this is useful, maybe it's a bit basic for people, but it is the basics of the thinking. So the first potential community energy model is one where we have these off-grid solar and storage systems, so sort of solar home systems. So these are, this is one type of community energy model where obviously it's only useful in areas where there's no grid supply, and this gives sort of some basic form of electrification. So when we, I don't know if it's useful, I mean, I think everyone agrees that we want social ownership of renewable energy, but I don't know, what we're trying to find in this project is like the practicalities of, okay, how do we do it? So this is an off-grid solar home system with a solar panel and a battery, and there's no grid. And this is really useful in like the middle of a community where there's no grid, as like a community sort of hub, where if there's power outages, then you can charge phones and have laptops. And I think Promise is going to talk through this model. Okay, great, it's up here. And then the next one is where there is a grid, but then you have solar PV to sort of offset your supply of grid electricity. So this is a grid-tied solar system. And these two are very different, off-grid and grid-tied, in like their costs and how they're set up and all sorts of things. So this solar system is grid-tied, so this is where you have grid electricity, and this is great to sort of reduce your consumption of grid electricity or have power when there's load shedding. And again, similar benefits of like resilience and reducing your grid cost. So that's the third potential model. Also on like a clinic or a school, you can have these sort of systems. And then the third one is, okay, so this is this wheeling of electricity. So this is where you have a large solar farm, like or a centralized solar system. So this local model was, I guess, would fall into this, and this would be an independent power producer. So the solar farm just puts electricity into the grid, and then it could wheel electricity to households, and then you can get sort of units of electricity on the meter for these. So instead of having the solar panels on your roof, it's sort of placed elsewhere, and you use the municipal or the ESCOM grid to transport electricity to the households. And then if you hit the next one, Spare, then you obviously have to pay the solar farm or whoever owns this for the use of the electricity. So this is a third potential sort of community energy model. And yeah, I hope, and I think what the project's trying to do, if we hit the next one, is try and compare these three models and see where's each one suitable to which sort of case, and what do the financials look like but behind each one. So ultimately to try and do sort of a financial feasibility study. So can I just quickly press a few forward here? So so here, this is maybe some sort of a useful trade-off to think about is this here. So we have these off-grid systems, which are on the left of the screen, and these large solar farms on the right of the screen. So these off-grid rooftop solar systems are great because they give the building this energy independence. I don't know if you can read here, the text is quite small, but yeah, you have power when there's load shedding, and you sort of own the system, it's on your roof, and you have this energy independence. But it comes at the cost of these are expensive systems. So these larger solar farms are much better in terms of economies of scale, but they're not on your roof. They're sort of in more remote areas, fenced off, but it's much more sort of cheap electricity. So this is a sort of a trade-off that you have to consider. And in Europe, I just took, because we look at sort of international models, here you can see all these people own this solar farm and then use the grid to transport the electricity to their houses where they consume the electricity or feed it into the grid and get paid by the utility. So this is the sort of, when people talk about community or social ownership, it's more along the lines of these larger systems that feed electricity into the grid and you get paid for it, or you transport the electricity to your house and you get units on your meter. So yeah, I don't know, just sort of looking at the practicalities. And then I'm just going to skip right back because I think, so then we'll just continue normally. So, and this is obviously what the work we're doing, and I think the campaign on Friday and what we're trying to achieve with this project is to try and get municipalities to try and sort of play their role. Like, even if we don't want them to own it, there's still something they have to do to sort of allow it. So there's a lot that municipalities have to do. These are all the various things to connect solar to the grid. So in a sort of separate project, we do training and work with municipalities to have these solar grid connection processes. And as frustrated as we might be, it's not simple. Like it's, you know, you have a power plant and there are sort of grid code issues and various technical and things, financial and legal steps that need to be fulfilled in order to connect solar to the grid. So that's just a snapshot of what needs to be done. And then here you can see these are sort of 100 municipalities that do have solar grid connection processes. So municipalities are doing something about connecting renewables to the grid. So basically, most large towns and cities have processes to connect solar to the grid. So all the local areas here, Nelson Mandela Bay, you can put solar on your roof, you can feed it into the grid. I understand this project has an issue around getting a meter or a earth number, or I don't know the details, but in Port Elizabeth, you can feed electricity into the grid. And I think it's a really nice story that people don't really know about in South Africa. That I think the next slide is the export credits or the feed-in tariffs that you get paid or get credited for putting electricity into the grid. And in 40 South African municipalities, you can feed electricity into the grid and get credited for it. So just like municipalities do need to be better, like no disputing that, but a lot of work is being done, and I think it's useful to know that we can build on this, and we can, instead of going at municipalities like with a fight mentality, it's like, oh great, you're doing this, like how can we work together to make it better? How can we access this? How can we, you know, build on this and get our community systems to feed into the grid and have the right meters? And so yeah, you can see the prices you get paid for feeding into the grid from sort of over R1 per kilowatt hour down to sort of 40 cents. And the average price for feeding into the grid across municipalities, and this is last year, is 85 cents for that you get sort of credited for putting electricity into the grid. So yeah, so that's hopefully a nice picture. And then I think we can skip a few, I mean, just help you here. So yeah, so then I think it's gonna, I must stop now, but yeah, like I said, we're gonna do a financial feasibility to look at these different models, engage two municipalities to try and make them sort of practically implementable, and then have a communications hub, or at least this is our part of it, to communicate this. So thanks, Bessie.
Thank you so much, Josh. A round of applause for Josh. So, yeah, colleagues, there's been work that we've been doing, and in a nutshell, this is the work that we're doing. It's called the Urban Movement Incubator UMI Energy Democracy Project, and what it seeks to do is that, well, this project brings together three organizations as community-based organizations, as I've earlier alluded. Abahlali baseMjondolo, Vukan Environmental, Abahlali baseMjondolo in Durban, Vukan Environmental Movement in eMalahleni in Mpumalanga, as well as the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance in Oosterville, Durban. So yeah, and they are supported by these two services NGOs. That is Josh from Sustainable Energy Africa and Groundwork. So yes, well, what the project seeks to do, well, this project represents new ground in locating advocacy for a just transition within the social movements, and the aim is to strengthen social and environmental movements for a democratic engagement and to partner with municipalities for a scalable and widespread installation, as well as the operation of community-led renewable energy solutions. Now, part of the goal is to engage all tiers of government towards realizing renewable energy community solutions that can become implementable at scale. Now, the energy context in South Africa is that 47% approximately of South African households are considered to be energy poor, using more than 10% of their income for basic energy needs. So, against that backdrop, now what this project sought to do was that in its first year, well, which had its inception phase, and that during that inception phase, we had a strategic planning process and a feasibility study to estimate the scope of renewable energy options that could become affordable and implementable at scale. And there was also the implementation phase, which included the installation of demo units, so demonstration units at each of the partners where they operate. And also there was the development of learning materials so that our our learnings are not only our learnings as groundwork, as SCA, as the community partners, but also we get to share the message far and wide. And finally, we concluded the year one with a reflection and adaptation phase. Now, what came out of the feasibility study as well as workshops and dialogues was that off-grid systems could also serve as temporary solutions for interim energy service provision while awaiting electrification. Was that an alternative to municipal supply is to purchase electricity directly from an IPP and wheel, as Josh has already spoken about it, that it is possible to wheel electricity from to far distances. So now, but this is an ongoing process, and it is at this point that I'll allow the partners from Abahlali, from VEM, and from SETI to speak about their experiences insofar as this particular project is concerned. Tuso.
Amandla. Amandla. Fotzak, Mantashe, Fotzak. Fotzak, Mantashe, Fotzak. No, comrades, let me just first say it's an honor for me to be here. I mean, some of these words that have been branded here, we have heard before, but we didn't even know what the hell that means. Yeah, these projects have really helped the community in understanding what is renewable energy. So the containerized renewable energy, that solar panels that are in Ekenana have, of course, helped the community. Of course, the community expected more from it, thinking that it will power the community. But at the moment, because the panels are not that big, so it only powers where the container is. But it really helps the community in such a way that the children are able to do their homework when there's no electricity, when there's load shedding. Anyhow, informal settlements have been load shed since the word was invented. So it's something new to us. My hope is that the gap between environmental justice and social justice is wide. So that's where I think education is very important, because we focus more on the struggle that we face every day. We're forgetting that there's environment that we have to look for. So this container has really been an eye-opener for the community, even the neighboring community. This is comrade, this is a community that has faced repression from the municipality and the state in such a way that young leaders have been assassinated, because the community of Kenana, it's in amongst the branches of Abahlali baseMjondolo, it's more of a beacon for Abahlali as a movement, because what the community has done, it's beyond comprehension. Because when we talk about ownership, you go to a Canaan and you'll understand what we've been discussing. This community has its own community garden. It has owned its spaza shop that caters for the whole community. And they had chicken farm. All these projects belong to the community, not for any individual. So having such a project that happened in Ekenana after the assassination of their leaders, because the state is very brutal. That's where I fear most when we talk about these projects, because they can only bring repression. I come from a province where the political of blood, we have coined the term political of blood. That's how it happens in KZN. Once you become independent, you move away from what the government or the state does, then you face repression with impunity. So as much as this project's been a great help to the community in such a way that it also provides security when there is no electricity during load shedding, because it keeps the community, it gives the community light at that time, because most of the attacks have come during the night. And those who have been or have lived in formal settlement, it gets very dark in informal settlement. So having such projects, it really helps the community. Of course, we have tried put security measures in this community in such a way that we have fenced the whole community and put cameras on the community after the assassination of their leaders. Not to say that they are out of the danger, but at least it gives them some sort of a security, even though Lindo Wuhle was assassinated while the cameras are there and the fence was already there. So such projects have revived the belief in the community that even though they have lost so many leaders within a space of a year, they can believe that the struggle continues. Because what that community is doing has become a role model in those who are aware of Ekenana. Ekenana is in Mkumbane, which is in Mayville, Ketomena. There's a history of a struggle in Ketomena. The veterans will know about that. So the area has been infiltrated by what we term Izinkabi. That's a hideout of Izinkabi. And comrades, we cannot allow such things to happen in a country. The movement of Abahlala Semjondolo won 10 years ago of this mafia state. And people were said we're fighting with the government. Some are saying we are the enemy of the government. And such projects that happen in Ekenana, while it's good for the community, but it also brings repression, because that's what the politician says, that we are building our own authority. So, comrade, like I said, we warned the government about living in a mafia state. And we said, even during Zandile Gumede's mayor term, that the municipality is being run by mafias. We are called all sorts of names. So what the government is saying now, we have seen the construction mafias. How many projects they have messed up in eThekwini and KwaZulu-Natal as a whole. Only now they're realizing that there is construction mafias. Now I'm asking myself, projects like these, how are we going to put security around it? Because now we have to deal with these construction mafias. Comrade, this is a reality. We live in a mafia state. If you haven't seen that, then you're on your own. So, comrades, for me, I think it's these such gatherings are very important, because we are left in the dark, and when we are being told about renewable energy sustainability, these are new words to us. So politicians will always use people who are clueless, who do not have information. So I believe that if we can get more education on this such projects, then people will be able to understand what has been spoken about, because we don't know anything about these things. So, comrades, I didn't mean to put fear in you, but it's the way of the struggle, and we have folded our arms too much. That's why the country is in the state it is. It's brutal. Because as we're going to that protest on Friday, we'll be called all sorts of names. Because people do not understand. They do not have information. So those researchers who are here and everybody who's in the know, give out that information so that we all have this information. Because if we have information, we have power. So thank you very much, comrades.
Amandla, Amandla, qina mhlali qina. I don't know where to start. But for this project, we are very grateful as the community of Emalahleni. One thing for sure that brings this project to us was that we were having engagement amongst ourselves in terms of raising awareness around the climate change issues, because the just energy transition is not coming from anybody hanging there, but we see the impacts of climate change and is real. So then we find out that when we are gathering amongst ourselves, engaging on climate change issues and what causes our climate to burn, we feel that we have to do something as communities for ourselves. Then that is where the just transition comes in. We know that most of people are saying to us, we are anti-developers, but we don't care. And whatever they want to do, they can do it, but the truth will never die. They can kill us. We're gonna die, but the truth will never die. Those who are behind us will take it on and move forward with the truth. So the reality of this project comes out because when we were engaging amongst ourselves on what kind of energy that we can have in our communities, we believed that we are having a lot of sun in Mpumalanga. That's when we bring in, we engage amongst ourselves and take the report back to groundwork to say we can't be moving because communities do understand, because in Emalahleni people are very sick. I'm sorry, I come emotional, let me jump this phase. We know that due to air pollution, young and old people are suffering big time. They are dying without any help of medical facilities in the health facilities centers. So we don't have even load shedding. I don't know what I can call it, because sometimes it just gets off a month without anyone coming to us and telling us what the real problem is. We don't even look into the schedule of the load shedding, because once it gets off, we say, we will see when it comes back. And some people have to put their medication on the refrigerators. And the worst part now, what they are doing in the health facility centers is that they give people 3 months medication up front, because they know that when they come back, their register will tell that we gave you 3 months medication. But they don't look on how these people can save this medication. So this is really, family, this is serious, and is killing our coming up generations. So if we don't act now, we know there are a lot of issues in this space. But if we don't act now, we are lacking the how part. And we are having a lot of questions, but we don't seem to look into the how part, because we have identified the problems. We have judged on those problems, but how do we solve those problems?
that's when we decided to have this demonstration unit in our area. It is helpful now because most of the questions that were coming out in our engagement was that, what if it gets cold for a month? Because you know we are having solar panels all over the shops around in our cities. But they are just solars. You can just buy that one, but it's not well approved to be good for your energy in your household. Then we put on the demonstration unit in our office. We don't have load shedding. We are working as usually, but we do have challenges because the network, if the electricity is not there, but then we can do our office work, but we can't connect to the internet. But we are grateful on what we have, on what had happened to our community, because when the load shedding, blackout or whatever, I don't know what to call it. People, we allow our community members to come in, charge their phones, charge their laptops, charge their lights. Also, those students come in, write their assignment, do whatever they want to do, because if we don't use the energy during the day, it will go to waste. So that's why we are allowing them to come in and do whatever they want to do their researchers, do whatever they want. So that's how the project comes in our community. And we are grateful. One more thing about this project is that we are not yes a community. And we are lucky that we are having the Sustainable Energy Africa, and that Sustainable Energy Africa is also working with the Emalahleni local municipality. But because we are having this vision of how we want to see this project work for us as communities, I think that is the good part, because we also engage and have questions with the Sustainable Energy Africa to say, we know that if, like the one that he showed up there with that we have, because it consists of the solar PVs, the battery, the wiring, and also everything that the municipality does when they are connecting electricity. But that one is too expensive. One household will never afford. But what we are trying to do and trying to bring within communities is to have access to electricity, whether it's a formal or informal. All of us, we have a right to we have a right to energy. Then in this project, what we are trying to bring to our community is that, because Sustainable Energy Africa and with the feasibility study that has been done, is that when you buy in bundles, it's more cheaper than going one household buying for yourself. And it will charge you more with the municipality, because I think you are in the space of community, but you are able to pay more. But we are looking to low-income communities. We need to go in bundles. In the stage now, we have asked questions with Sustainable Energy Africa to say, go back. For those who are already on grid with the municipalities and going with bundles, how do we connect to the municipal grid? There is a lot that is happening. But we are not rushing anywhere. We are just making sure and learning from this project on how are we going to go forward with it and make it happen within our communities. The only thing that we see is that maybe at a later stage, we can go for the wheeling. But for now, we ask them to go and do a study for us on how we can be in a space of maybe 60 households are connected to one transformer. Then how many solar PVs are needed to cater all this block. Then we are also going to learn on that block on how are they going forward. We are also, am I taking all? And we are also looking into, because the municipalities are the people who have to deliver to communities. So the only thing that we are looking at right now is to have engagement with the local. We started already having engagement with the local government, because we know that we are not taking power to the local government. People have to pay, but we think and believe that having this connection within communities, it will be much lesser for them than waiting for what is happening, the ravishical, the nonsensical, whatever that is happening around energy within our municipalities. Then on top of that, we are looking forward to engage with them and bringing more stakeholders. Like I said before, that we really need more stakeholders to come in, be with us, especially the unions. How can we have energy within the community without workers? What kind of energy? How is this energy going to be produced? So let us think bigger. Let us think positive, and let's make this work for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Kashni, and I am aware of time, so I will try and rush it up a little bit. So where the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance is based, we are based in Wentworth and Oysterville, which is an area in the Bluff region in South Durban. So this project has been one that has been quite close to us in the sense where it has made a huge impact and a great deal, a positive impact to each respective community. And so in the first year of the project, we had workshops, we had community dialogues, and eventually we got to the stage where we had the solar PV demonstration. So on the SEDC office, on our office, we have a grid-tied solar PV installation. And this basically, so we are still on the grid, but we do have solar panels. But it's been such a huge benefit to our community because we actually don't consume anything from the grid anymore. Our energy that we get in the office is purely from the solar PV. And we've actually reversed the grid, where now we're feeding back into the grid. And I've actually seen on the meter the numbers increasing, going the other way around. So it's been a great positive impact for our community. And one of the main issues and the challenges that we face in Wentworth and Oysterville is gang violence as well as drug violence. A lot of the youth especially are involved with drugs and with violence and shootings. And at least twice a week, if not more, there are shootings in the area, and we hear them from the office, and kids are dying, and innocent people are dying in the crossfire. So it has become a challenge. But during times of load shedding, we have full power, and people come through, even if it's just to make a cup of coffee and just to sit in our office and have some light for those who don't want to be out in the dark due to the amount of shootings that happen, especially during load shedding, and the crime has increased. So yeah, it's been a great project, and we're really hoping for the year to move forward with a lot more youth, to get them involved, teach them, educate them more on what is a just transition, what are renewable energy, what does this mean, and how this can help them for their future. Because to be honest, in the education system, they do leave a lot out about the important things like climate change. Or if they do focus on it, it's at a very minuscule level. And so we want to educate them, especially those who are unemployed and those who don't go to school and don't understand anything. So yeah, we're very excited for year 2. We hope to engage with more stakeholders, with municipalities, and get them on board. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. So, yeah, going on to the second year of what the project now seeks to do is that we seek to mobilize social movements for energy, democracy, and sovereignty. But we also seek to, as Joshua had alluded to, engage 2 municipalities, that is the Malahleni municipality as well as the eThekwini municipality, as well as conduct a high-level and basic financial feasibility study to see how this good and great work may be carried out. Thank you so much, comrades. Now I'll just allow time for questions if there is, and before handing over to Alex.
Maybe I can just check in on time. We're quite a bit over where we had hoped to be. What we could do, where are we now? We could give 10 minutes to questions and then have a 20-minute tea break, so that we come in for the next session at 4:20. But that means we're getting quite close to dinner. I don't know how comfortable people feel about that. We have gone quite long here. I think we try to fit in maybe a little bit too much into one session. Is that a hand around the... Pussy, is that a logistics hand? Yeah. Okay. So we do have a bit more time because dinner's at 6:30. Are people happy to extend in that way? Yeah. Is everybody happy? You can raise hands. Happy? Just to give a bit more time and make... Okay. Is that a question or a happy hand? Okay, what's the suggestion? Yeah, it might just be tricky because then we have another session that we're going into. So I don't know if... Okay, so we want a break now, is that what people are saying? 10 minutes questions and then break, if that's okay. Okay, 10 minutes so we can do some questions and then we break. Okay, cool.
Comrades, I ask that we keep them very brief. Thank you.
I have a question here regarding grids. I hope my question will make sense. Regarding the grids, is there maybe like an evaluation that is done, maybe just to check if whether the grids are up to standard, just so that when there's the provision of the electricity that there's sustainability?
Thank you. You noted that, Josh? Okay.
Do you get a sense that the municipalities fully understand your just energy transition? Because for me, I think that's one of the areas, starting points that we need to really get a sense of. Do they really understand what it's all about and what the expectation is from their side? And do they have plans to implement just energy transition types of projects before we even talk socially owned? Because it's important to get a sense whether do they really understand what it entails, because they would need to obviously put plans in place, systems in place just for renewable energy. Then we move to socially owned renewable energy projects.
The question I have is from the first presentation, the third model on wheeling. Maybe you can clarify, but if I understand it correctly, it's a group of households that form a collective or association who then buy from a wheeling generator. Now, is the generator the locus of the community ownership, or is it the group of households? Because if it's the group of households, I don't think that constitutes social ownership. That sounds something more like a consumer association than ownership. It sounds like a very weak definition of ownership on those terms.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, greetings, comrades. Yeah, thanks very much for presentation. It is quite interesting. I think I agree with you, comrade, that as trade unions, we must play a role, but we are not doing that. We are focusing on other areas that we are not supposed to. But I think it's an eye-opener, hoping that even those who are not here, they will start hearing about what you are sharing with us, so that we can see how do we assist and or provide support. But I think all of us who are sitting here, we are all aware that Mpumalanga is the most dangerous area in the whole world. It's the most dangerous area in the whole world. People are dying every day. And our respective comrades who are in charge now, they seem not to see what is happening in Mpumalanga. They claim as if they don't know what is happening in Mpumalanga. And here we are talking about people that you had trust when they take over this country. But the very same comrades that we supported during the struggle, they are now turned against us. As you have just said, comrade, that look, things are not well. And things are not well. And I think we need to do something, comrade. I remember, I think it was last year, January, when we were talking to the president, that look, president, if you are not careful, people of this country, they are going to revolt. And the sad part of it is that it will happen in your term. You'll be the worst president who will lead this country under that particular situation, if it will happen. But as Labour, we see that it's going to happen. If you don't do something about this, you'll be the worst one who will lead this country. But things are not changing, comrade. Things are getting worse on a daily basis. Things are getting worse on a daily basis. I think the comrades from who are coming from the Climate Commission, who are reporting to the president, they are here. We believe that they will send a proper message to the president after listening to all of us, our debates, our engagement. With our engagement, we are not engaging on positive things. We are crying because people are dying. We are crying because of people are dying of hunger. We are crying because people are dying of unemployment. And our own comrades are just sitting at the back as if nothing is happening. That was just my comment, comrade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask Umama from Vugani Environmental Movement in Malahleni. I just want to check, because currently, if my memory serves me well, they've just appointed or elected a new mayor who is also from Wheatbank, is born in Wheatbank. Now, have you guys tried to make some initiative to talk to her? Because the way she was displaying herself was that she's prepared to work with communities, especially yourselves. You know the relation between yourselves and the Malahleni municipality. And then the other point is that I'm from Samu. I'm from Samu. I just wanted to check, because you have mentioned that the trade unions, you are not in good terms with the trade unions. Are you also meaning that you have a problem with Samu? Then if so, maybe after, yes, if so, then maybe after the gathering, then we can meet so that I can coordinate you with the relevant people, because sometimes you might be engaging with people who don't have authority in Samu. Thank you.
My question is for Sis Promise. I think when we talk about, firstly, thanks to everyone who presented and shared. When we talk about involving young individuals in the space,
on scaring them away from it.
I don't work at a municipality, but yeah, maybe these two are most interesting around do municipalities have just transition plans? I think it varies. Each municipality is very unique, but I think like I showed that map is that there's 100 municipalities who allow solar to be connected to their grids. So that's a really good start. So there is progress within municipalities, 100, that's out of 165 who have distribution licenses. So every major town and city, you can connect solar to the grid, and in 45 of those municipalities, you can feed back into the grid. So that's like step one on track. Next step is, yeah, maybe IPP procurement, like what we're trying to push for here, and then wheeling. And so I think that things are moving, yeah, but I mean, maybe too slow and maybe not in the right places, yeah. Okay, then quickly last on this question about the collective ownership. I don't know, the American, you were asking about the collective purchasing being a weak sort of form of community solar. Yeah, I don't know. I'd argue that it's a really good form of community ownership. I mean, I think they call it community solar in the US, and basically you can 100 households can sort of pool together and build a solar farm, or buy from a solar farm, and instead of, you know, going through the individual trying to build up the funds, you have one engineer to represent 100 households that build it and fenced off a system. But yeah, I think the model can vary. Like if it is, maybe it's weak if you don't own the system. Maybe it's a good form of community, social ownership if you do own it. Yeah, I don't know. I think that we need to explore that. So yeah, good points. Hopefully that's a decent response. I don't know.
Short. Gabriel, responding to your question, actually for young people to come on board and be part of this struggle is sometimes I feel in our communities, like in my community in Emalahleni, it is very hard because I think we need to mobilize first the parents to allow their children to choose for their future. Because when we are having our dialogues and workshops, you see that young people are interested and they see that they are going to school for a gap year because call is ending, and most of the people who are living in Emalahleni are looking for jobs in the mining sector and ISCOM. So I think the most important part is to make sure that we go in and out within our communities, making sure that we engage, but because we are having limited resources, sometimes we are unable even to go to our next community that is close by. So those that comes into our dialogues, they don't even go back and share with other community members who were not part of this dialogue. Like we are here now. We have to go back and share on what transpired in this meeting, but few will go back to their communities to say, this is what was happening in this meeting. So same applies to young people. They are now having fear on what to do, but who is responsible to mobilize, engage with them? Is those who are having some ideas on what is happening around them. I think all of us, we are having a role to make sure that young people come on board. I thank you.
Thank you, comrades. I think we can now safely break for tea. Thank you.
Nikuparikene, can we please come in? Yeah, I'm mobilizing you, comrades. Comrades Gabriel, comrades Gilbert. Comrades, can we come in, please? Smoking break, it's over. Waye guphilo mantashe emzabalazweni emzabalazweni. Isaftu beyikhona nekosathu beyikhona waye kuphilo mantashe Finally, I was not singing, comrade. I was just calling you in.
All right, comrades, let's slowly start gathering. All right. Apparently our voices are gone. I don't know if anybody else wants to lead, otherwise we can dive right back in. All right, thank you so much, comrades. I really appreciate. All right, comrades. Thank you so much, comrades. I really appreciate everybody's flexibility as we try fit in these really rich discussions. I realize a lot of the time we're cutting them short before we've dived into all the details, and it's tricky to know where to stop and where to start, but we've got a very exciting session coming up, and it's great that our trade union leadership led us in song there, because we're having quite a trade union focused discussion, but not only that, but we're starting to talk about what public pathways looks like when it comes to renewable energy, to complement that with the idea of community-owned renewables. So Sandra, do you and your team of people want to come up and take it away? I see Sandra's being questioned. So I'll leave you to introduce the comrades and all that. Yeah.
Ntsiga. We are not going according to yeah. We can start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Koza, and I'll be facilitating this session. Yeah, welcome to the Public Pathways to a Renewable Future session. In the panel today, we have Comrade Matthew Grant from SAFDU, and then we have Mabu Mulele from Satau, which is an affiliate, which is affiliated to COSATU, and then we also have Comrade Ntsika Dapo. So the process we're going to use, I'll be asking or reading out questions to the comrades, and then they'll each have time to respond, and then afterwards we're gonna open it up to the room to ask and engage on whatever intervention or inputs they'll be making on the questions. Comrades, I note the concern on the need to emphasize public ownership, and I take public ownership to mean ownership by the state, but I think we need to deepen and clarify what we mean by public ownership. Does it necessarily mean the state only and all the time? Are public and social ownership the same thing? How different are they? Is there not a wider notion of communing or common ownership and democratic that goes beyond the state? What about the fact that the state today is neoliberal? What would public ownership mean in this neoliberal movement? What does public really amount to? What about deepening democracy? What else? What about the exploitative nature of publicly owned enterprises, and how should public ownership relate to extractivism and exploitation? I'll give it over to Comrade Matthew to give his input. Thank you.
10 minutes, okay. Up to 15. Okay, she knows me. Thanks, comrades, and greetings again. It's a lot of questions, and I think to maybe frame my input, we have one of our affiliates is NUMSA, and around 2012, they developed quite a large amount of information dealing with part of this question. So I just wanted to read a quote from them, and then I'll speak to some of the aspects and the questions. Okay, so the quote goes like this: "We believe a just transition must be based in worker-controlled democratic ownership of key means of production and means of subsistence. Without this struggle over ownership and the struggle for a socially owned renewable energy sector, a just transition will become a capitalist concept building up a capitalist green economy." And that's from 2012. We're still speaking about a lot of the same things. The context has changed quite a lot. We've got billions of dollars in the JET IP. There's a plan. We also have increasing amounts of climate events or shocks. We have increasing inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Those Yeah, so the context has been changed quite a bit. The neoliberal agenda between like the developed and developing nations has changed quite a bit as well, where the developed nations are now turning back and sort of saying, you guys in the developing world also need to follow suit. There's a massive general inequality between what they currently have in their infrastructure, in what they've developed, versus what we in the global south have. And there's almost like a fairness, they claim, in imposing carbon targets, for example. So one of the things as SAFTU we are dealing with is one of the elements of mining sector jobs, specifically coal mining, right? So I want to emphasize it's not really about coal or no coal. Our position is there should be less carbon in the economy, so we should be using less coal. The position we have is mainly about the jobs those workers currently have. And I've lived in Imalahleni for a bit. And the comrades are right. They said it's a dangerous province, or it's a dangerous city. But the struggle around a job, which is supporting 7 people, it's not a job, it's a job that supports 7 people, right? On average, especially in the mining sector. It's got to do more with how we develop as a country and how we manufacture. And we need power in order to do that, and that's one element of it. A massive secondary element is the context, and we mentioned it in our group, but we also, dealing with the context is not just about how we deal with renewables. Renewables sit in a context of poverty, unemployment, inequality. It's got to do with access to land, food, water, employment, education, healthcare. There are a lot of movements happening in the country. What is the NHI really going to be? I don't have optimism for it under an austerity government with a neoliberal framework. I think massive inequalities will continue. There's another side of it which has to do with how do we finance all of these things. So we want renewables, but where's the money coming from? The JET IP currently is mainly concessional loans, not grants. They're not just giving us money. They're saying, here's the money and pay it back and pay a little bit more as well. So they are loans. So they are making money from it, and it's not just a massive amount of money, but it's massive amounts of money that is being loaned. So there's foreign currencies that we are loaning from, and those with the inflation we have and also the exchanges in currencies, when we pay it back, we're paying more back. And it's a massive problem for us as South Africa. When I come to, so I'm trying to just create the context. The financing is a massive element. The the elephant in the room as well is Eskom. What are we doing about Eskom? Government is going one way, and the majority is wanting it to go another way. I don't think the general South African wants a privatized Eskom, despite what surveys say and despite what the middle class is crying about. We're talking about free basic electricity. We're talking about cheap electricity. We still have the majority of the country waiting for that. Ne? It's electrification of informal settlements. It's extending the grid. And it's turning state-owned enterprises like Eskom, like PRASA, like the hospitals we have, into public utilities that are for the public good and for the majority, not for those who can afford it. And at the moment, it's all based on affordability. Even with municipalities, many municipalities have an allocation to provide free basic services. And in order to do that, they need to go out and register people. They're not doing that. So they are coming in under budget because they are not providing or using their budget to provide free basic services. So it's possible to do these things, right? When it comes to our position on public ownership, we are of the belief that if it is to be public, it's slightly different from state, all right? The state is controlled by the government that's elected. And as SAFTU, we are pro-socialism, we are pro-workers' party. So standing for elections is one thing, but applying pressure with the connections we have with civic organizations, with our other comrades in the trade union movement, it's about forcing government to do things, making demands on government, to perform what they should perform, until there might be a socialist party that can actually speak on behalf of the working class. But until that day comes, it's about applying the pressure to force government to do what it should already be doing, which it's just not doing. But when it comes to community ownership, we are obviously in support of that. And you've seen many examples in the previous session of the viability of this. And for us, that's a great thing. It's about putting them to scale. It's about forcing Eskom to become more green. It's why as SAFTA we do support Climate Justice Coalition's Green New Eskom campaign. We also support other campaigns like Million Climate Jobs. So we're talking about lifting employment, expanding it, creating renewable sectors that are for the community, that employ the community, that create jobs and don't take away jobs from mining, for example. But it's about reskilling. It's about turning coal mine workers into something that doesn't, into renewable mine workers, right? It's about solar production. At the moment, a lot of solar panels are from other countries. Where are the plans? Where are the actual real plans for producing solar panels in South Africa and creating more jobs? Those things are still things that we are pushing for. And I think that for us, in how we go about doing that is we need to be creating a collective plan. There might be many plans in different organizations. We have this section, we have that section. With COSATU, we disagree with a lot of what COSATU is saying, but we agree with more than we disagree. I'm just saying from the trade union perspective or our federation. And I think COSATU's got their just energy blueprint and are working with government. With us in SAFTA, we're pushing more against some of the elements of privatization of Eskom that is actually occurring and splitting it up. For us, there's nothing wrong with creating it, still having it as a unit that is state controlled, but is directly pushed towards renewables, but providing more free basic electricity. Those who can afford can buy. You can charge them, they can have higher tax, they can cry, private industries can do what they do, and they will threaten to strike and capital strike and all of this. It's about ways for them to make more profit. And that's the main issue here, is about reallocating the resources we do currently have into a real actionable renewables system. And some of it can be community-based and it can be coordinated together with an actual real plan. And I think it's still something we're missing together in our general struggles and movements that are around climate change, is a plan that we can together agree to principles of, and push towards. And I think that's something we need to bring a lot of these climate struggles together. Community-based, some that are coalitions like CJC. A lot of us are separated, and coming together on a coordinated plan that deals with all of these elements is something that I think we should be pushing for. But it can't just be around renewables alone. The opportunity needs, and we need to push it because it's a fight either way. Ne? We need to be pushing things about employment. We need to be pushing things around struggling against poverty. All of those things need to be part of it because it's in this context. It can't just be isolated and siloed. It needs to incorporate that. Yes, there's an opportunity, but it's a massive struggle and fight, as we know. And I think we can't run away from that. So preparing ourselves to actually come together, actually have a plan, and actually join forces is the way we should be moving this struggle that we have forward. And I think a lot of pressure needs to be forced on government to do what government should be doing. It's not like we're coming up with a plan in place of what government should be doing. It's forcing them to do their jobs. That's why they're there. Yeah. So the PCC, we like seeing it. We've got civic organizations represented there. But it's also trying to meet, and we've seen this in some of the meetings we've been at, it's trying to mediate and allow for a way to rephrase capital investment. That's what's going on there. There are a lot of renewable plans and all of this, but in the main essence, it's trying to bridge the gap between what private sector wants and what public sector can provide. But it's erring on the side of a neoliberal framework, and that's a massive problem. And I think more needs to be done on our side to pressurize. So I think from us, I don't know how long, but it's shorter than 15, coming together from this convening we have now, and there's many convenings happening all over the country with different organizations, coming together with a plan we can all contribute to, agree with, disagree with, of course, and stand aside on some points, but general plans together that we can know that we're representing our mandates, our communities, our employees. We're going to disagree, but I'm sure a plan that we can force onto government and say that we demand that they deliver on these elements. And we've got a lot of brains in our movement as well. We depend a lot on the technological comrades who can tell us that this can work. It can create this many kilowatt hours. It's viable, and we can push that into our plans to actually force something from government. But I think we need to be starting on that. I think I'll stop there for now. Thanks, Sandra.
I just noticed that SAFTU's logo for some reason isn't on this poster, but it should be, because SAFTU is an organizing partner. So apologies for that. We're going to make a correction.
Noted, recorded.
SAFTU is an organizing partner of this.
Yes.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Comrade Matthew. Thank you, Comrade Matthew, for your input. I'll now hand it over to Comrade Mabu from COSATU. Thank you.
This one, you are canvassing, my friend. Amandla, thanks, Comrade Sandra. Before I respond to your questions, let me put a disclaimer to say that COSATU, we have done some work on the just energy transition, the investment plan, and even the climate change. We are not done yet. In fact, the part here, the social renewables or social ownership things, like is still in the process. So whatever that I'll be saying here, can I not be misunderstood to say that, yeah, this is where COSATU is? No, no. We are still there because I get a mandate. We go there and take a mandate from different affiliates and then have one position. The question that you asked to say that is the public and social ownership the same thing? No, they are not. Just because something is publicly owned, it does not mean that the public as a whole will benefit from it. ESCOM is a good example of this. It is publicly owned, but not every member of the community benefits from it. We have people who get electricity from ESCOM, and there are also those who don't get, who don't have access to this electricity. Social ownership is where the benefits, profits, and wealth produced by means of production are shared amongst society as a whole. And Comrade Matthew did touch to say that the concept of energy just transition was a concept that came through labor. And we have always been advocating as well as COSATU affiliates for a just, not just the transition, but it has to be just, whereby there's no one that is going to be left outside. And social ownership also came out, even though, as I indicated earlier on, to say that we were not there on the part of, or we have not arrived to the part where we say, how do we get to that social ownership and all that. But social ownership is one of the concepts that we have always been talking about, to say that we do not want to see anyone, which this includes anyway, by the way, the working class, each and every member of the community. And even though we did not understand or did not hear the view, what is that the community wants about the social ownership, that's why we indicated earlier on, we are very excited to be here today, because at the end of the day, we will then live here with the understanding of what is it that each and every a member of the community that is represented here like wants in the social ownership. So we are then saying that the Just Transition Framework calls for a diversely owned renewable system and a broadening of ownership of productive assets in support of a just transition. The funding allocation of social ownership in the JET IP is vastly inadequate for a meaningful just transition. Labour came up with the concept of just transition, but at some point it was hijacked along the way. It is something that we never thought it's what, in fact, it's something that we did not expect, or it will be at the end of the day. Hence, today we are sitting here trying to explain, even though it's something that Labour came up with. So we live in a very beautiful country, my comrade. the new energy generation capacity should be socialized so that the benefits and income accrue to working class communities rather than to wealthy institutional investors. The impact of neoliberalization on both the economy as well as society in general is having a detrimental impact on the working class. The neoliberal policies have created a widespread precarity amongst the working class, largely as a result of liberalization and flexibilization of labor. Deepening democracy calls for empowered participatory governance whereby political participation becomes a vehicle for equity and efficiency. Publicly owned enterprises are the worst. They are used to be functional and operational, and they are now brought down to their knees. One of the examples is our PRASA, Transnet. It seems like now Transnet is on the way of being privatized, your SAA and all that. So we used to have these enterprises, you know, operating very well, and someone came from somewhere. They are put in these public enterprises, and we are then told at the end of the day that no, we need to privatize because it is no longer functioning. But the issues, the reasons why is this public enterprises, why these public enterprises are no longer functioning are not being addressed. Like, for example, there's an issue here of corruption, the issue of misgovernance, mismanagement, and lack of worker participation in decision makings in the public enterprises. You have people that know nothing about these enterprises being brought from heaven, maybe they are angels, and they are brought there. And you've got workers that are working, they know these entities like nobody's business. However, their words are not being listened to. And when you address such things, to say, why are you not doing thorough investigations and checking why is it that these enterprises are no longer functioning as to what they used to be before? And you'll be told that, no, we have been brought here to solve the problems or to fix, actually, the things that you guys failed as labor to resolve. But you can't be coming into our territory and be telling us that we failed, and yet when workers are the ones that are telling you these are the problems that we are faced with, you do not want to address. So it seems like the interest when it comes to the public-owned enterprises, the interest is just about trying to make a profit, and the problem is that on their own, naturally, they are not about profit. They are about the poor of the poorest. They are about making sure that our communities and society as a whole is taken care of. Like for example, I'm from Satau, we deal with transport. So if now you were to say that, no, there are no trains that are going to run, it means that the poor of the poorest that used to take your trains, even though some they take Mangobe, but when they used to take these trains to work, or they go by Lomaketa, now they will no longer be able to have trains. And such type of things are not being addressed. And then now we're seeing in some of the provinces, yeah, it's beautiful that they are being fixed and all that. And you, because now you are not taken through, you just don't know that when these new trains are being brought forward. And before I go to that, there's also an issue as well of privatization of PRASA and Transnet, whereby there's your national rail policy that has been introduced, and we are told as labor that no, there's a part whereby the private sector has to come in and fix or operate where you guys as PRASA, you have been failing. But the question is, the workers know and understand that they have not been failing. It's just the system that has been brought to them and they have to live with. So such type of things, at the end of the day, the question then that we remain with is to say, if someone used to take that train and paying 7 rand to Ailo Maketa, when you are bringing the private sector, how much is that person going to pay? Are they going to afford that? They would not. And once you are not addressing, and this is not only about trade unions in these entities, it's also about the community, because these are about the community. The communities are the ones that are benefiting from all of this. So such type of things, those kind of things are not being addressed. And I think that's where we are feeling that the abuse and the exploitation of public-owned enterprises is worse more than anything. there's a popular word that is being used when we come forward as labor and say, you guys are privatizing, but no, we are restructuring, we are not privatizing. But if something is this white, it's probably white in color and all that, and you are changing these colors, you are telling us, I want this color. In fact, this color does not look white, Matthew, it must be red. And you say it's restructuring. You are not restructuring anything. You are redoing the whole thing. And I think I like the part that said, the speaker that said, this is the time whereby we're supposed to be working together as trade unions and communities and each and every person that is involved or that is anti everything that we see happening currently in our country. I said the last time in the PCC to say, normally we would not sit in one room as labor and the business people because we don't see eye to eye. My 10 minutes is finished? Oh, okay. We don't see eye to eye because we have concerns about this whole just energy transition, the investment plans and all that. And it becomes difficult for one person to come and want to convince us without addressing our concerns. We've got the comrades in Noom that are working and in the mining sector. Now, when you come and say, no, these energy renewables are going to bring jobs, how are they going to bring jobs if we've got people that are not even upskilled when it comes to this, your renewable energies and all that. So that is why then you'll find us that sometimes we are not so much welcoming to this because the fear is one, job security. That as long as that is not addressed, if we come to you and we say no, we've got a fear of losing jobs here and you want to convince us otherwise, and we've got a member that is working there, that has been there for 25 years, that maybe cannot even go through your fourth industrial revolution things, this laptop, that old person cannot be able to operate a laptop, they cannot be operated so and you want to transit without arranging or addressing those issues, that is when then we'll always be called that labor, they are rascals and all that, because we cannot just sit back and accept things that are anti-workers. There's nothing for us without us. Comrade Sandra is showing me the time. Just, I think I'm left with 2 minutes. So the last one is privatization of the enterprises is informed by the World Bank research into the viability. The World Bank and the IFM are the key drivers of the neoliberal agenda, whose approaches are discredited. The crisis of the state enterprises has not been evaluated, which include assessing the impact of corruption, mismanagement, as I've said, misgovernance, and lack of worker participation, the lack of public accountability of boards and management of public enterprises to civil society representing the interest of the working class. We're feeling that in order for us to get it right, Comrade Sandra, in these public enterprises, we have to find a platform whereby workers and members of the community are represented so that they can also have a voice, rather than us having people that are coming from where we don't know, representing the interests that they don't even have an idea where they're coming from. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Noble. We'll now hand it over to our final panelist, which is Comrade Putika Dapo from Zawalaza Pathways Institute. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So the first thing to say is that the concept of public ownership, including actually socially owned or community owned, especially when it comes to this question of just transitions, are in a way heavily influenced by neoliberal assumptions. So, for example, there seems to be this idea that, I mean, of course, when we talk about just transitions, there seems to be this idea. In fact, studies have been done to show that the move away from fossil energy can actually unlock and open up many opportunities where communities would participate. But the idea of participation, as one study had shown, is often viewed in terms of these communities participating as market players. So that in itself is, at least for me, I think it's quite problematic because it does not even begin to question the fundamental problematics, the fundamental issues around the current political economy in which the energy production and ownership is embedded. This is similar, again, to the notion of public ownership. So if you think, for example, around the corporatization of ESCOM, there seems to be those similar ideas there too. So the questions are really important, and I think they suggest a number of important things, which I will state. But before going there, I think also, even though we are at the moment where the government, you know, is as I've stated earlier on, that it seems to me that the capitalist economies cannot function without state interventions, whether in the form of government regulations or so on and so on. But there is a tendency, and I think this is important, where because of the fact that these state entities are failing, there is this tendency, this fear, this flight from the state. So the idea is that you simply leave the state has no responsibility or whatsoever. And I think also that has a number of problems. So for example, the secretary of the trade union, Solidarity, wrote an article some time ago around this issue of failing public entities. So he was saying basically that those who can leave the country, they must. And those who are able to mobilize resources can simply, what they can simply do is to ignore the role and the responsibility of the state, simply mobilize their responsibilities, simply mobilize their resources to build, as it were, these independent communities. Now, there are a number of problems around there that one would immediately think about, because it means those who are rich, those who have links with corporates will be able to gain more compared to the vast majority of people. So against the fear of this state flight, I think it's important to mention that, and you will see as I talk how I think the kind of mediation is, at least for me. So one, as I've already mentioned, that the question of just transition has to do with challenging the political economy in which the current ownership and production of energy is embedded. So this would of course include things like decommodification. I think the comrade here has explained, and also some links to that related to reskilling of workers and so on and so on. The other part is that the climate crisis itself is not only due to fossil fuels or fossil energy, of which of course this dirty energy is part of, but it is also about the whole capitalist economy. And I think this must be clarified. It is very important for us to understand that. So in other words, this is to say that the just transition must be linked to other struggles, as I've mentioned, decommodification of basic needs. And all of these will not happen if we do not seriously engage in the struggles for building massive grassroots movement. So for example, the struggles to democratize municipalities, if you think in places like Spain, in Barcelona, if you think about places like Kerala in India, it seems to me they've incorporated this aspect of trying to democratize the municipality as a way, in a way, to fight around this question of commodification. The other part is that the concept of socialization of the economy is quite a broad and a very rich concept. It shifts in a way the kind of simplistic concentration only on the legal forms of ownership towards, for example, emphasizing the real empowerment of working people. So in other words, even there, it is not just about a question of, a technical question or a question of policy. Not to say that the questions of policies are not important, they are indeed important, but there's also a tendency even for them to fall into this into these neoliberal assumption. So such would include, I would think, if we were to think around the question of a public ownership, for us to reimagine it, of course, beyond the notions of state or of state ownership. SACP, for example, has some interesting, well, they were written in early 1980s, early 1990s, proposals for that. Never mind the fact that they sort of moved away from some of the thinking. But I still think what they had proposed is quite interesting, and it would be also important for us to think about. So they propose, for example, things like what you would need to do in a public ownership to reform it, to transform it, such that it is not implicated into these neoliberal assumptions, is that you would need to expand the workers' real ability to impact on the workplace decision, for instance, on the organization and management of the production process, product development, etc., etc. You'd also increase worker control over the social powers of economic ownership. So there's also a huge heritage in this country, if you think of the workerist tradition as well, as well as the movement like the Fossatu then. So they have, there's that heritage. It seems at the moment, I would argue that it is forgotten, so we probably need to go and look at that again. So increasing then powers, that would increase workers' power over decision around the allocation of social surplus, investment policies, national budgetary priorities, etc., etc. So it is clear then, I mean, if you just look at these two issues I've just mentioned, that the legal ownership forms are one, but not only the factor in achieving socialization. So people, for example, who simply argue, I heard a term here which someone was saying that we have not nationalized and therefore it is not a ESCOM, for example, or in any case other entities, because they are not nationalized, therefore they are not a public ownership. But I think this shows you also need to think beyond that, because it's not really the legal ownership. It's not only one form, but in terms of achieving socialization. So socialization of the economy then needs to embrace a wide range of social ownership forms, including, by the way, I would argue that a predominant and varied public sector with enterprises owned and managed by the central state, for example, by provincial and municipal authorities. Again, this idea of municipalities is, I think, a key, given that the municipalities are a local state, the closest state to the people. So you'd imagine that if you were, take for example, what is happening in the country, that there was a community which took the municipality, I think it's in Northern Cape, to the court, and they won, and basically they were arguing that the municipality has failed to provide services. And they actually demonstrated that they can run some aspects of these services. So the court ruled in their favor that actually they can and they should be trained to run certain aspects of the municipality. So in my view, I think those are some of the important things we can think around, more especially when it comes to this question of reimagining and trying to think about whether community ownership, social ownership, or some form of public ownership. So these then sectors would need to be subject, of course, to various forms of democratic control. I think my comrades have also explained that, including the scrutiny of trade unions, workplace forums, parliamentary committees, consumer councils, and so on and so on. So this for me is important if we are really to begin to try to rethink what kind of public ownership, what public ownership would mean actually. A truly democratic form of public ownership that is in a way not embedded in the capitalist economy. So I think those are some of the important aspects around in trying and attempting to answer the question. But again, to emphasize, you would need, as I've said, because the issue of climate crisis is not only due to fossil fuel energy, but to a wider various things. So to achieve this, you would need those grassroots mass-based organization. You'd need to link this to struggles for decommodification of all basic needs. And I think this would be a way to try to, in a way, to reignite what a public or socially owned or community owned projects or entities might look like, given that it seems the neoliberal ideologies have really been dominant, such that they have, taken some aspect of imagination from how we think about these concepts. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Nzika. Colleagues, we had the comrades' interventions and inputs. I'll now open the floor for inputs and any clarity-seeking questions. So how we'll go about is, if you have a question to each panelist, like you're going to direct it to them and then they're going to write it down, like all the questions, and then they'll answer. By show of hands, comrades, any questions?
Just to say, so ESCOM is messing with our schedule. Currently, dinner, we should be at dinner at 6, because otherwise if we go at 6:30 as we planned, the dinner will be cold because there's no power. So we're going to try and wrap up at 6 for warm food. Sorry, comrades, ESCOM is not cooperating with us.
Okay, hands again, comrades.
Thank you. I've got a small question for Ntate Mateu next to Limpopo. What I wanted to check with you, as I heard you speaking about that you are a pro-socialist, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the question is, how possible it is for you to champion socialism in an enclave capital state like Africa Burwa? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, comrades. Comrade Mabu, I've got a question for you, which is about the idea, which I thought was a really important demand, that all new generation capacity should be socialized. But I don't know what that means. So I would, if you could just explain, what does Kasatu mean by saying all new generation capacity should be socialized? And then I've got a question which is sort of goes to NUM or NUMSA really, but it's houses has been focused around coal mining and the coal industry and the coal-fired power stations. And I understand that fear, but you know, we here in Nelson Mandela Bay, this is the center of the motor industry, and there are huge risks as well as huge opportunities in the motor industry in terms of electric vehicles and the value chain of making batteries and also alternative energy for other forms of transport like green hydrogen and green ammonia and so on. So, I mean, as far as I can see, those things are going to happen. You know, so it's not a question of whether we make demands. Like, we don't want the coal-fired stations to close down. We don't want the transport to shift to electric vehicles production. These things are going to happen. So how do we respond? Where does it place labor in terms of the demands and the possibilities that exist? Because it seems to me that it actually opens up some quite interesting opportunities, but I'm hearing a lot of fear and not many ideas about how that could work to the benefit of our local economy.
Amandla. Comrades, mine will be just in addition of what is publicly owned meant. Firstly, we have to do away with the current system of publicly owned. By which way? By making sure that, for an example, in an apartheid era, there is a company called VKB. It's an agricultural company. That company, what they did, they come together as the farmers of the white farmers in those times, and then there's a guarantee that the government is gonna buy all the agricultural goods from that company. And that the shops in the malls, they're gonna buy those agricultural products to the government and sell it to the public. And then the money is circulating around the people. That is how it is. Even currently at the Mid-Val, they are doing that. That is why that municipality is doing well. And then again, we must do away in our way of thinking, because I will give you my experience. Firstly, I grew up in a township. I've never been a head boy. So happens at the time when I wanted to drink a milk, and then they showed the milk of the cow. I said, no, cry, no, I don't want that one. I want the one in the packet, because I'm used to that one in the packet. Where I'm going with this, in Tembisa, there used to be a food farming in the township. That food farming was selling its product to Pick and Pay. And then what people did, they didn't want to buy directly from those farmers. They want to buy directly to the Pick and Pay, not knowing that the one of the Pick and Pay, it is not healthy. That one is organic, is the one that is healthy. So we need to do away in the form of thinking, because this one, it can also be distorted in a way that, no, this one they want to do away with, they want to do away with municipality and do their own thing. And again, the last one will be, can we not be mandated our government by saying they use our UIF and Provident money to fund the new renewable energy? Can we not do that? Because currently what I know, the PIC is busy investing money without the knowledge of the workers. So can we not do that to finance this new energy? Thank you.
Just a comment on my side. I'd like to thank the panelists for the great input. On my side, I think it was very fruitful. Looking at all of the things that have been discussed and mentioned, I think for us as climate activists and environmental movement organizations, it's kind of giving us a more balanced perspective that not only are we supposed to drive that idea or that emphasis that renewable energy should be the way without even considering other aspects. So thank you so much for that input. And I think also with the other organizations that came forth, I think it gave us that understanding that renewable energy can be implemented or commenced at a small scale. I think once we're able then to understand that if we can be able then to start at a small scale, then we can see from there how renewable energy can proceed from there.
The COSAT, I've been browsing, I've been stalking COSAT a little bit on the net. And I came across a very interesting document I haven't seen before, the Blueprint for the Just Transition. Looks like a fantastic document. Obviously, I can't read it now. I'm not asking you to summarize the whole, 100 pages, but but I wanted to find out more specifically, is there recommendations around exactly how the kind of socially owned renewables aspects would take place, almost the practical measures for that to happen? Because as another speaker said, it's okay for it to be in the policy, but how does that happen? And specifically around, are you recommending for ESCOM to continue and to kind of, that is the public-owned, socially owned, or are you recommending more of a kind of community-led model like what we were hearing earlier from the previous session? Thanks.
Yeah, I guess one question I have is, I think the point being brought up about looking at this from a, what can we say, systemic perspective, in terms of how we understand how to get to a socially owned renewable energy system, which would basically then also mean we're talking about a society that is completely transformed. And I think what's important about that is, as was mentioned, the imagination. I don't know if within the popular consciousness of most people in South Africa, if socially owned renewable energy is even a thing that is a topic of discussion. So we might be sitting in this room talking about this, and it tells you where we are because we're thinking through what does this actually mean. But then how do we capture the imagination of people for whom we're going to organize with to actually do this? There was a saying that I heard recently. Someone in the U.S. Do you want to win or do you want to look good losing? But I think too often these things get caught up in issues, and this question that we're really asking is about the whole thing. And I think we can only really solve it if we look at the whole thing and not just community-owned renewable energy, or it has to be everything.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Mabu. The question is basically, how do the workers hold COSATU as a federation, or SATAU as a? I'm not sure whether SATAU is also a federation or it is a union. Accountable. In South Africa, prior democracy, we had a very nice plan in terms of the tri-party alliance, ANC, COSATU, the party, which is the South African Communist Party. Within this, one of the bargaining powers of COSATU, it was the voice of the workers and also having access to the workers, of which it was sort of used by the ANC to lobby workers towards the view of the ANC. However, in South Africa, we see that during the beginning of this workshop, there was a phrase that was used that the workers are the most marginalized, they're the most suffering entity within South Africa and the world in a general. So then, within that tri-party alliance, how then does COSATU continue to be the voice of the workers? And now with a new context of renewable means, how will how will it continue to represent the workers, and also just an open conversation? Would maybe COSATU in future, I know that this is just the climate change division of COSATU, but would it be that it lobby the secretariat of COSATU to maybe try and pull away from the a tri-party alliance? Should it not honor? Should the alliance be a failing, of which it seems that it is failing in general? And yeah, I think that's the question. Thank
you. Mine will be very brief. I just want to ask. I heard the Labour panelists talking about a unification plan. Sorry, a unification plan to struggle for, and it seems like at one level there is one topic being talked about, maybe technologically or ecological, because from where I'm working from, Clover, a few years back, there were technological introduction that took place, and many workers were lost their jobs. But fast forward now, when we have a crisis of load shedding, everything stops. But you could have a point where you could utilize those workers to do that job, because it doesn't require much of machinery, because it's human labor. Because most of the work now is turning out from human labor into more machinery. I'm just trying to check, can the labor unions unify and be proactive in relation to social ownership? Because it seems to me that the interest of social ownership are opposite to the interest of privatization. And privatization is alive, whether it's not here, whether it's being introduced on social renewables, but many of the workers are being affected day in, day out by privatization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, comrades. Sorry. As I'm sitting here, I'm happy, man, that we have got SAFTU and COSATU on the same table. Yeah, and agree that the concept of just transition originated from the labor movement. Yeah, I'm happy by so saying from you, comrades. My question is based on the JET PIP, because you've mentioned it, both of you, comrades, and we as I'm sitting here, we understand that the appointment of your Presidential Climate Commission, it came from the Presidential Job Summit, which was in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. But now I'm coming to a point of that process of appointing your PCC was meant to make sure that we as the South African citizens were in an same understanding of what is the actual need to transition, you see, and that your PCC came up with your just transition framework, the just transition framework that declares that the transition will be a huge process, because there's going to be a change in all sectors of the economy. Yeah. But now, boom, come COP27, there's a pronouncement of your JET PIP Yeah, which I think Comrade Alex did mention it, your IPG, the International Partners Group, your chairman, UK and so forth, you see. And that this JET-PIP, yeah, as it is, it's an implementation plan from what has been crafted for that just transition framework. And remember, on that PCC, we all understand that the chairman of the PCC is the president of the country. But now, from that 22 commissioners who are sitting there, who are forming that Presidential Climate Commission, some of them were not aware of that implementation plan. And yet now I'm asking myself, as you as the Federation or in the labor movement, when you're sitting on this alliance summit and so forth, are you, comrades, trying to find out where does this come from and so forth? Because if you check on that JET-PIP, you'll find out there's a political declaration that is so very silent. You understand? So for me, I'm just trying to find out, are you, comrades, certain of this implementation plan moving forward? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we can start with answering. Comrade.
Thanks for the questions, comrades. I'll try and be brief in answering some that were directed to me and some I can comment on. The first question to me was very, very broad, my comrade, about socialism in a, I think you said enclaved or enclaved capitalist space. I think we can have more discussions on the sidebar on that, but from how we do it in SAFTU, you speak to your membership, you speak to workers. You talk about the problems they face. You talk about where these problems come from. It's not from mid-air, it's from a capitalist system for workers generally. So the answer to that, there are many different kinds of answers. But in the South African space, socialism is generally just understood as a solution. Yes, it's gone wrong. Yes, there are issues with it, but it's about fighting for workers and against capitalism. And I think in those spaces, you need to grow a movement around an understanding of that. I don't know if I've answered your question, but I tried. With the other question around job losses in the coal sector and understanding the fear, yes, by mentioning coal specifically, I don't mean not to mention any other industry that is either threatened or bolstered. And it is an important point that is raised around the automotive industry and coming online of electronic vehicles, battery powered, but that's also connected to mining per se, of mining nickel, cobalt, all the things that are required for, and lithium, for batteries, and it might grow some jobs in that sector, but they're still capitalist jobs. They're still based on profit and they're still based on exploitation of workers. So whilst jobs might grow, the conversation we're trying to have is what kind of jobs will be created. And this is an opportunity for us to talk about climate jobs that deal with decent work, that deal with a living wage, that deal with actually supporting and limiting as much as possible in the capitalist system exploitation that such workers face. So that's one of the aspects of it. So there are plans around that, and our affiliate NUMSA has been engaging with that. But in a workplace that might be on the cusp of growing, they will be doing it in a way that benefits them. So they'll be wanting to pay less, they'll be wanting to employ in more decentralized fashion, decrease benefits, and the struggle is going to be about increasing all of that. So where jobs grow, it's about what kind of jobs grow in that sector. And that would be sort of our response to it. The other questions the comrades, oh, and the one thing I had around that was, when we together are dealing with these elements, what we have said to the Presidential Climate Commission in some of our submissions in 2021, we put forward a position that for nationalization without compensation of certain fossil fuel industries. That was our position as SAFTU. Knowing and acknowledging the fact that some of those very industries, whether it be mining, whether it be oil, whether it be any of the industries we have that are carbon intensive, they owe a social debt to the people of this country. They have polluted, they have destroyed land, They have resettled and pushed other people off the land since mining started in this country. There's a social debt that they owe, and it's not something anyone is going to be forgetting. So when we're talking about nationalization without compensation of some of those industries, under worker control, which is what we believe, or social control, or public, it's got to do with the debt that they are currently owing. And they don't acknowledge that, and they don't believe it that, because it's normal capitalist industry, you know. They get things, they sell things, and that's how it goes, and they exploit as much as you can. On the plan that the comrade was talking about from Clover, ne? I think, I'm not too sure, but the plan I was really meaning was a plan that we have as the trade union movement, as the civic movement, that is bringing together the aspects of our struggle. So you were speaking more about, and I think you misunderstood in a way, I wasn't really talking about technological developments. I meant we have people in the room that can guide us on what is possible and not possible in incorporating some of these things in our plans, ne? Like electric vehicles, but we're not talking about private vehicles, we're talking about public transport, ne? In this country we need public transport more than private vehicles. So in these automotive places, they're talking about private electric vehicles to recharge when you go and visit the shopping mall while you're buying at Woolworths or something. Not a lot to do with actual buses, trains that are operating on renewable energy resources. That is the conversation we should be having, because that's the majority of people that need transport in this country. Ne? These other places want to sell vehicles to private individuals and make the most money from it. So in terms of technology, we're talking about public good. We're talking about technology that benefits the most, not those who already have money. Ne? There's one other thing I'll say before I hand over, Comrade Sandra. The plans that we have, the collection of us here, the elements in all of our different policies need to incorporate the aspects of gender, race, and class that exist in the society. And I think elements, the people that suffer generally the most in this country are black women when it comes to load shedding, when it comes to the burden that is created on them in the households. And it's vital to have the voice of the youth in these sections as well, because it is going to be them who will be leading the way forward with the plans. The plans we're making today need to sustain the next generation coming after us. So we need to be engaging those voices more and more. We need to hear more from women, we need to hear more from youth, not people who look like me a lot. Ne? So I think that, I'm aware of my irony, I think that on that we need to be moving more. I didn't get too well the comment the comrade was making about Jet IP, but at least I've said something about our position as SAFTO on it. And we don't really have a seat in terms of that. Yeah. How were we left out in the drafting of it? Yeah. So even comrades, they had this task team, but even when they came and consulted with us as labor, ne, sometimes what you say and what you propose is just simply acknowledged and then put under the carpet and turned into what they want it to be, because they're dealing with their interests. So when I said before that this is a fight, you can say something, you could submit something, you can have a protest, you can put down your position. It's a fight to get them to listen to you and to understand what you mean. And we, as the trade union movement, have many ways to make that, to make them hear us properly. Ne? But a protest coming up, we've got strikes, we've got lots of tools. Ne? But it's about bringing together the trade union movement and the community in this fight, at least. Yeah. Thanks, Coms. I'll pass on.
Yeah, interesting. I've got a manager in my workplace. After each and every meeting, Comrade Sandra, when he's supposed to be responding, he likes to say, it's an instruction from above. So I so wish to run away right now on a lighter note. What do we mean when we say the new energy generation capacity should be socialized? I think that's what you said. Here we're saying that social ownership could be achieved through several models. One of those is your centralized utility plans at a national level through ESCOM or under municipal ownership and operation. Decentralization community energy owned by a community or worker trust with support from state subsidies. The ongoing REI4P model of community ownership in renewables provides an example of the dangers of delaying benefits. Under this project, community trusts do not receive payments for as much as 15 years due to the duration of their share buyback period. In the interim, communities next to large renewables plants suffers. Communities must receive ownership benefits from the start of future projects. More grants, funding, and low-cost debt will need to be provisioned in order for this to be realized. That is what I meant by that. The second question, how do workers hold COSATU or SATAU accountable? SATAU, yes, is a trade union. Is a trade union that is affiliating to COSATU. You know, I get trade unions. If we gave you a mandate, there is a process whereby, you know, meetings will be called and you have to give us feedback. And if you did not do what we do, we mandated you to do, we nicely, yeah. But in this case, when it comes to your just energy transition and the work that we are here with, what COSATU did is that they formed a climate change a committee whereby different affiliates are represented. So we have our meetings on regular basis. So the comrades do not then, for example, come up with the blueprint document on their own without the inputs from the affiliates. So that is how then the issue of accountability comes by. When we see, for example, your COP27, we will then go as well as affiliates that are affiliating to COSATU in that committee, and then we have our meetings whereby feedback is provided. Where we are not happy, we give our inputs, and also, as the members of the affiliates, we have a responsibility of then taking it down to our trade unions so that what we speak there is not only what I think as an individual, it's what I've been mandated by my own trade union. And like you'll recall, I said earlier on, I'm from transport, and some people will then think that why are we interested in the climate crisis? Why are we interested in the just energy transition as a transport union as compared to your NUM? So that is how then it works. We then say we are not going to only deal with the trade unions that are from ESCOM that are directly affected. Each and every trade union that is affiliated to COSATU has to form part of this and make sure that each and every member of their trade unions are aware of this and they also participate, because besides being members of the trade unions, we are also members of the community. So we then also have a responsibility of taking it back to our communities and tell them and also prepare them about what is it that we have learned from all this, the concept of your just energy transition and even your climate change crisis. The other question, the comrade at the back, the issue of the pensions and all that, I know that there's a lot that can be said about, even though it was not a question, it was a comment, but I think, yeah, there's a lot that could be said or that has been said about COSATU and all that, but we can rest assure you that there's no such thing of saying that the pension funds are going to be reinvested back or invested in the investment plan as a way of paying back this loan. In fact, COSATU's position on this is to say that we do not want loans, because we never asked for a loan. We never told anyone that we are struggling, we want to be saved. If ever there's money that is being provided, it has to be the grants. Why are we expected to be paying back the money? We don't owe anyone. We did not ask for any money, just for your comfort, comrade. The other one, can I be protected and not respond to that? The one that says, yeah, can we divorce ourselves? Comrade, please. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer. I believe that we have the leadership that will be in a good position to respond. Comrade Zigo would want to answer. He's my elder in SATAU. Can I please be protected? The last one, comrade, about the what was it? The framework, ne? The just transition energy. The blueprint, actually. Yes, it's a very interesting document. Beautiful. Even the colors are beautifully so, isn't it? Very beautiful. You should give yourself time to read it. What it talks about there is the work that COSATU has been doing. What we normally do, like I indicated earlier on, to say we have a task team and we also have your committee. We sit there, different affiliates, and we give our inputs. Then they are then put into that. As you see, the blueprint, it's a work that was not just only for one day, but it was a continuous thing that happened. And at the end of the day, we then agreed that this is what we want. This is our position as COSATU affiliates. Very interesting. The Presidential Climate Commission, the last meeting that we had was around April. We've got our own comrades that are representing us there, but then they then extended the invitation to the invite to the committee, and what I can assure you is that the concerns, all of the concerns that we are having even today, were brought forward or were taken forward to the Presidential Climate Commission, because it is what we said to our comrades. We are not happy, for example, with the issue of saying that there seems to be a limited number. Yes, there's a large large amount of money that was received, but when you're checking, there is no, in terms of your skills, the money is not enough. In terms of your social ownership, the money is not enough, and yet at the same time, you are telling us that we have to transit from 1.1 to the other, and also the concern that we also had was the speed at which this whole thing is moving. So our comrades, when they go there, they go with a mandate as well from the committee and even from the task team. So it's a work that we are doing collectively, so with the comrades. And even with the issue of COP27, they came back and reported to us that they were caught by their surprises when they were there, and this was announced and all that. And we can safely say it was not something that they just took with the smiles and all that. They put in a good fight, and we applaud them for that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So there was no question for me. I'm not in a trade union, I guess. That's the reason. Just to emphasize, basically what I was trying to say is, this is really a political issue, and therefore it should be treated like that. There's no blueprint. Sorry. Yeah. It's because we have to figure out. I mean, this is basically ways of experimentation. We have to be quite imaginative, because fundamentally, and I still want to emphasize this, what the current crisis, the energy crisis, and energy crisis, climate crisis, municipal crisis, water crisis, all of those crises offer us actually, I think, an opportunity to sort of reorient ourselves, to sort of reimagine a kind of a new way in which we how do we organize ourselves? What kind of social relations can we build around whether energy, around whether questions of ownership? So I think that is key. And this will not happen if we don't pull in from the other parts of the society. Your landless people, your shack dwellers, rural people, farm workers, unemployed, etc., etc. They all have to be part of this. I mean, you can really mobilize them. There are a number of issues you can mobilize them. You can mobilize them around. So the question of just transition, therefore, should have at its core justice. I think that's very important. If there's no element of justice, it's just a transition where the social relations would not necessarily be changed, and we'll still have energy poverty, we'll still have, you know, the way things basically are at the moment. So yeah, that's my input. Thanks.
Oh, I forgot the last one. No, COSATU is not in support of privatization of any state-owned entity. ESCOM is also one of those. They are not like that. Blueprint will outline it very well. We are not in support of any privatization. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, just to add on work that COSATU is doing on socially owned or social ownership, we are currently busy with a document, just like the one that's on the website on the JET-IP. It's only going to for consultation in 2 weeks. So after that has been finalized, we'll put it up on the website where everyone can access it. Thank you. I think we're done, Alex. Thank you, comrades, and thank you to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that really rich discussion, comrades. It's been a really full and meaningful day, and hopefully we can have some time to process, and then tomorrow we get into more depth as we start to think about some of the smaller details, because I think we're at quite a broad level still, so we're going to get a little bit deeper. But I just want to end with a logistical note. So for those of you that didn't have heaters in your room, we've made a plan to try keep you warm. So those without heaters in their room, if you could go to this little side room after this and collect your warming device. So we're trying to operate on the fly here, but we'll try keep you warm. And then otherwise dinner, as I said earlier, 6:30, it will be cold by then, so I think it's best for us to just go straight to dinner and go and get some food before it goes cold, because ESCOM is going to plunge us into the dark again. Thank you so much, comrades. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.